unexplainable layers, unattainable prayers with unsustainable players. Oh, they get unexplainable layers, unattainable prayers with unsustainable players. Oh, they get unexplainable layers, unattainable prayers with unsustainable players. Oh, they overdose. Unexplainable layers, unattainable prayers with unsustainable players. Oh, they get unexplainable layers, unattainable prayers with unsustainable players. Oh, they unexplainable layers, unattainable prayers with unsustainable players. Oh, they get unexplainable layers, unattainable prayers with unsustainable players.
I forgot I turned the stream on! Whoops. Hi. Welcome in. Blah, blah, words, blah, 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 blah. How you doing? How you doing? How's your... What is today? Tuesday? Thursday? Sunday? Fucking today is today. It's... Wednesday. Oh, yeah, it's definitely a Wednesday. Oh, yeah. No fucking doubt. Alright. So, I have a new game. But it's supposed to be a multiplayer game. Anyway, one of these games wants me to be a playtester, and it only works if you have a group, so it's not going to work out for me. Otherwise, I would love to. Oh, wait, baby. Let me get you. Let me get you before Silver comes in and yells at me. Hold on. Ready? You definitely can. Totally could. Have you tried? Did you ask? Have you inquired? It's a good choice. You should try it. Meow, 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 meow. Alright, so. I do not want to play Lunaris right now. Because I need a group to play that. But. There's this game I want to play. Called Chicken Journey. Were you just a chicken? You're just a chicken. Living your chicken life. Doing chicken stuff. Being a chicken. It's some sort of puzzle game. Oh. Oh. Do I want to play chicken right now? It looks super funny. I'm telling you, I'm so excited. So, I've got more other games. Bang, 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 bang. Potion permit. Did we finish this one? Bang, bang, there goes your heart. Back seat of my car. Oh, yeah, that's all done. We finished that one. Okay, what's another one? Farm your friends? No. I know you want it. Alright, chicken or pirates? It's called Stranded Sails. Basically, it's just another one of the shit I've already been playing. Back seat of my car. You get to be an explory pirate and stuff, though. So, that's kind of cute. Alright, let's do chicken. Chicken! Bark, bark. Chickening it up. So I was playing some Ever After Falls. But now we're going to play the chicken game. I'm very excited. Chicken Journey! Alright, let me change my shit. Oh, I want to, watch some sketchy shit, too, so. We're gonna watch some sketchy shit on, YouTube while we're, doing stuff. Wait, I gotta change what my tag says. Because we're playing... What did I just say? Chicken Journey? Chicken. Chicken Journey. Fuck yes. You're this. This is mine time. Mine time. Das ist mein Teil. Mein Teil. Okay. Let's see here. False. Okay. Let me load up the chicken game and then get it to the right side. Because it always occupies my full fucking page every time. Well, it looks like I cannot window this game. Yeah, I can't window this fucking game at all. This is montage. Oop. Where's my music? Okay, now I can see the chat on my phone. We are good. Oop, that's not what I want. I want this one. There we go. Alright. Good. Now I can see everything. Chicken! Ooh! I got a backpack! Whee! Pack, 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 pack. What's pack? It's not X. Talk to the mayor. Alright then. Oh. Peck, 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 peck. What's the controls? Cluck, action. It must be the X button. Damn it. I don't want to. Fuck off. There's a box. Can I do anything about it? What's this butterfly? Howdy. All right, buddy. So, I cannot peck anything yet. Do I want to peck? Black is my happy color. Oh, that's cute. Where's the mayor? Ooh, it's a roaster! I'm a chicken doing chicken stuff. Ooh, I bet you that's the mayor up there. Okay. Is this the mayor? No, it is. Find the tome. Book. Oh, you're chickeny. Yes, I am chickeny. Molly in the nursery. Oh. Go help the villagers. Aye. What up, buddy? You need help? What are you? Find chickies. Oh, worms. Hey, that other one asked me about worms. Ooh, there's no worms. Why wouldn't this one let me collect it then? Oh, because I had to be up on here. Dumb, 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 dumb. Oh, Timmy fell down the well. I need one more caterpillar. Alright, I saw a baby chick. Anybody else see another worm? There's another chickie. One more worm. Oh, ho, ho. Oh. Oh! Oh, jump. Chicken! Ooh, okay, so I gotta push something. Oh, poke! Do I push this? Yes. Bitch. Poked! Oh. Oh. Maybe? Oop. Oh, fuck. Thanks for the alert, Nico. Aw, yeah. Oh. It's just helpful tips. Helpful tips! Ah, shh. Oh, shit. Maybe I should blue one. Wonder if you can stand on them if they're frozen. Oh, I knew it! Hard to breathe with a knife through the windpipe. Oop. Yellow! Oop. Okay, we obviously have to go down. Get it the fuck up there! Give me that honey. Oh. Oh, there's a baby chickie. So yellow bounces me up. No, not that way. Come on. Ah. Now change it back to yellow. So yellow is the boinger sproinger. Ooh. Nice. Oh, I see. Oh, fuck. Ah! Oh, it touched my butthole. How the fuck am I supposed to get up there then? Ah, this way. I think that one might have wanted yellow. Oh, shit. No. I think the frozen froze half of the tentacles. I'm a chicken. I think I'm done on that side. And I got the chickie. The hell? Nothing interesting. I need like a flap flap. gonna turn these ones into boingers. Springer boingers! No significant value. You'd be able to boing up higher. What the fuck are you doing back up in there, dude? I already helped you out. Chicky! I wonder if those ones can be Springer boingers. Probably not. Chicken. Okay, that was that. Ooh. Nah. That was fun. Chicken! You feel like a man when you push her around. Oh, I still don't have like flap flap or anything. That's my house, right? Yeah, that's my house. Okay. She said. Worms. Oh, there's the worm. Who's Kathy? Is it you? Are you Kathy? No, you're Michael. Who's Kathy? Are you Kathy? Yo, you're a duck. Bang, bang, bang. Ooh-dee-la-dee-do. I hope you like the show, 'cause it's on the top. Here we go. Who the fuck is Kathy? And there's some baby chickens. Bang, bang, bang. Are you Kathy? Guess I'll clean my feathers again. Are you Kathy? Yes, you are. Nice. Down the well we go. Oh, what's your deal? Oh, don't fall in the goo. Oh! What was that? Mushrooms? Oh, there's a chickie. Can I take these mushrooms? No. One more ticky. He didn't go to church, but I got blessed. Get up in this club and have a good time. Keep on my time is real perfect. No! Pudding! That way first. Whoops. went too far up. Ah. Chicken! Yeah, there's the last chickie. Fuck. Oop. Sieben auf 5, 6 Tagen. Seems good. Yes, du bist der tote Scheideträger. Oh, I didn't fill it up all the way. Hang on. There we go. what's your deal? What the fuck are you, buddy? You got something stuck in your throat? Is this just everything I already did? No. This looks like a different area. Oh no, that's where I found the baby chick. Yeah, I just went in a circle. Okay. Alright. Now I found all the baby chickens. Watering can is the last one. We fell in love. Leaves turn brown. We could be together, baby, as long as skies are blue. Yeah, I'm so innocent now, but you lied so soon. When I met you in the summer, so I'm not gonna be able to get up there yet. Summer. Yeah, that doesn't spring you up far enough. Summer. Yeah. Summer. Yeah. And the skies are blue. Oh yeah, that just boings you straight down. It doesn't side to side or nothing. Well, that's stupid. Let's try blue. See if we'd be able to get up in that one. I wonder if we could use the blue right there as a steppity up. Nope. And not steppity up that. And the Springer Boingers only pull it downwards. Day, summer, day. Aw, hi, Daddy. What color you want? I've got green, pink, and black on hand. Ooh, wait, it's Jay. He wants green. Daddy Jay wants Mr. Green, don't he? How you doing, baby? I'm a chicken, doing chicken stuff. On a chickeny adventure, poultry-based, if you will. So that's that guy. We already know about him and his shit. I don't need to go back up there. And that doesn't boing me far enough. Oh, see? I should have flap or something. Flap, flap, flap! But I can't flap! There's no flapping! Okay. See, I can't get up in there. Okay. The tiara slapping, don't it? See, look at this fucking weird hip-hop tree. Look at it, it's just like... But it doesn't let me take the honey pot or... I don't understand! And this is where I found the other baby chicken. Oop, up the butt. I fell off. Go on, let me out of here! Fucking shit. You have to wade through that whole stupid thing. Dumb. Sound the alarm. This one has to be blue. Sound the alarm. Okay, I can't go up the other way. No buck. My cloaca is clean. What the point of that is? Oh, butt stuff. Ah, butt stuff. Pound the alarm. Ah, butt stuff. Ah, butt stuff. Folks! Must not skewer the chicken. Nicki Minaj, you are fucking up my rhythm, girl. Candy. Ah! Ah! Oh. Nah. Let's see if I can time it. No, I can't. Boopies. Dude, I am not good. Chicken butt! Almost had it. Oh, don't hold it too long. It's a very quick back. Okay. Ooh! Fudge. I will get your timing, bitch. Ooh! Mother donker. Oops, too close. Too hard. You saw it, I double jumped. Ah! Stop it! This whole stream is nothing but stuff now. Butt stuff. Now it's high speed butt stuff. Yes. Fuck you, I And then I died at the bottom. Woohoo! I mastered the timing. Yeah! Oh, yes. Freeze it. Okay, you need to be the yellow. No. A blue. You can be a yellow. Oh, yeah. And you be a blue. Yeah. I'm good with that. Okay, let's see. Jumpity jump. Oh, poke. Oh, damn. That was not a good one. Jump. Ah, damn it! Okay. Okay, you gotta be blue then. Let's go yellow. Oh no. Blue. You don't wanna let me rest in peace. The things you said still are haunting me. Shake like the sky, but I need. Ooh. You know, I think I do need yellow. Oh yeah, she's good now. Ooh, wait. Ooh, I need the one that punches you that way. Oh, wait. That's not the one I need! Okay. This needs to go back to being blue. Yellow. Ooh. That one punches me up that way. Okay. Oh, fuck. This one needed to punch me up. See? Yeah, that's not gonna work. Let's yellow you also. Will that work? Yes, it will. Gotcha. I got it now. Chicken! Power! Got it. What? Ow! Yeah, watering can. Thank you, Daddy. If I was you, I'd wanna be me too. 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 Yep. I kicked chicken ass. I wanna be me too. I wanna be me too. I wanna be me too. Turn the bass up. Frog. Woo! Me too. Oh, go talk to the other chicken. Nice, I got a map. I wanna be me too. In the zone. Map, first ancient scroll. Okay. Okay. So I did the first one. And there's still 5 more! Yes, for chickens! Oh, gotta go find the lever. Hey, what up, chicken? Alright. Rolling Stone. Good. Oh, damn it. Oh, it's dark. Help, it's dark. Oh no. It's dark! guess I replaced the gear. I wouldn't know though because it's dark! How many fucking times do I gotta ding that bird? Bird ding! Whatever that was about. Ding, 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 ding. Alright, dude, I fixed your shit, I think, probably. Alright then, never mind. Okay. Swamp. What up, chicken? I gotta go fix their plumbing problem. Way to go, Steve. You're freaking right out. Balls! Right, the temple. Alright, that's as far as I can go. Okay. Fix the water valve in the temple, huh? I don't really want to. I mean, I do, but I think I need some Zanny. If you know what she is, then you know what she is. Okay. Oh. Okay. I don't have anything heavy in my backpack. Oop. Ah! Oh, fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Uh-huh. Ah! Balls! Fuck! Ma! Ugh, okay. I have had enough. I'm gonna switch to crafts. I've had enough. I want to watch YouTube and sew, I guess. I'm gonna sew a bunch of dino bags. Yeah. I want to try a different stitching style. I'm undecided, though. Okay. Pink. That's the wrong thread. Blue. That's not it. And monochromatic, so gray. Oh, there's the gray. There's gray. Gray. Yeah, that's the right gray. Okay. I need the right blue. I mean, this one's fairly close. Just the touchiest bit lighter, but whatever. It'll work, it'll work. And pink, I believe is right here. No, that's red. Where the fuck is pink? Whatever, I'll find pink later. I don't want to do pink right now anywhere. She needs another coat. Let me set up desk cam. I mean, it's more like lap cam. So, chillax until I get it set. Okay. You're gonna be on my lap, so like... Oop. Hang on, it's upside down. Why is it upside down? There we go. There we go. Okay. I'm going to be sewing a monochromatic dinosaur bag! That's what I'm going to be sewing. Monochromatic dino bag. Alright. And we're going to watch some stuff.
In October 2025, a DoorDash driver went viral after claiming she was SA'd by a customer while dropping off his order. But soon after, her original video would vanish. Still, that single accusation was enough to set social media on fire. I'm boycotting DoorDash. Sue both DoorDash and your local police station for negligence. Within hours, thousands said they were deleting the app entirely. I will not support a company that doesn't protect their workers. But with her video proof taken down and her voice seemingly silenced, the Dasher began to spiral.
My account is currently at risk of being banned because I had to explain my story one time, right? So not only did I get arrested 3 days ago on October 12th on Sunday, I then lost my job. The police are doing nothing. And if I get one more account strike on TikTok, my account's done.
Then the narrative started to twist.
She is not the victim. She is trying to gaslight and manipulate us.
And even DoorDash appeared to turn against her, their own employee. Suddenly, everyone had different versions of events, and the majority turned against the Dasher. If a man did this, he would unironically be in jail and his entire life would be ruined. So, what exactly happened that night that has people on TikTok so divided, and some even calling it a smear campaign?
This is a man's world. I'm the victim. Remember, I'm the victim.
Wait. We're gonna have to restart this shit, because I forgot to turn on the TikTok. Oops! And I didn't change my tag! So, yes, baby, I am sewing in my classy-ass tiara. That's right, Daddy. That's right. Way to get me. Whoops, I'm so smart and professional and appropriate, and I remember to turn on the tiki-talkies. Hey. Today was an ungood day. That's all. Tomorrow will be an ungood day. Also. But, who types really fast? I'm serious. Alright, I finished punching all the holes on this one anyway. And I gotta paint it a little bit more, but anyway. I gotta change what my tag is. I am makers and crafting again. DIY. Yes. Growed ups only. Yes. Okay. Go live. Alright, are we on the tiki-talkie now? Oh wait, I gotta change my tag on the other one. We are not chicken anymore, we are makers. That chicken game is fun though, I'm gonna keep playing that one. But I need to stop. I just took some more Xanax. And hopefully that will calm down the fire in my brains. Aww, thank you, Daddy J.
_MRJ gifted 1 subscription.
Alright, welcome in, TikTok. I already played the intro, but because I forgot to turn you on earlier, because the chicken game took up my whole fucking screen, you're here for crafts, so... Oh, some people can definitely touch my boobies. Hey. So, you know how I consistently forget to change what my tag is before I go live? I pretty much just leave it at whatever the hell it was last time. Chaos, whatever. Apparently that was not smart. Supposedly other stuff. But whatever. We'll see. Ugh. Anyway. Okay, we're watching YouTube and I'm sewing a bag. If that is a problem for you, go fuck yourself.
Social media on fire. I'm boycotting DoorDash. Sue both DoorDash and your local...
Enough of a day where I had to dip into the Xanax. Yeah. You know how I like to avoid that shit as much as possible. It,
Local police station for negligence. Within hours, thousands said they were deleting the app entirely. I will not support a company that doesn't protect their workers. But with her video proof taken down and her voice seemingly silenced, the Dasher began to spiral.
My account is currently at risk of being banned because I had to explain my story one time, right? So not only did I get arrested 3 days ago on October 12th on Sunday, I then lost my job. The police are doing nothing. And if I get one more account strike on TikTok, my account's done.
Then the narrative started to twist.
She is not the victim. She is trying to gaslight and manipulate us.
And even DoorDash appeared to turn against her, their own employee. Suddenly, everyone had different versions of events, and the majority turned against the Dasher. If a man did this, he would unironically be in jail and his entire life would be ruined. So, what exactly happened that night that has people on TikTok so divided, and some even calling it a smear campaign?
This is a man's world. I'm the victim. Remember, I'm the victim.
In order to follow the timeline the same way viewers did when this story unfolded, we won't show the original video in full, just yet. It all started on October 12th, when Dasher Livy Rose Henderson took a DoorDash order. The customer requested their food be left at their front door. But according to Livy, when she arrived, the door was already open, giving a clear view inside the home. What she claimed to see inside was the customer supposedly pretending to be asleep on the couch, exposing his lower region with his pants and boxers down to his ankles. Livy claimed this act made her a victim of indecent exposure, or more specifically, SA. The video has been taken down within days, but later we'll break down exactly what it showed with the actual footage. Many people were immediately disgusted with the customer's actions. Pants down, leaving your door wide open, knowing you have a delivery on its way? His intention is there. That's SA. This is why, as a single mom, I have a male name on my DoorDash customer account. Some thought this was something more sinister. Did he think this is an adult film? He doesn't want her to sleep with him. He wants her to be revolted. He wanted her to scream and say, "Ew, you're disgusting." Source, SW for 10 plus years. Can spot a humiliation interest from a mile away. And many encouraged her to sue the business. Thousands even gathered together to protest on DoorDash's TikTok to draw attention to the situation. Justice for SA victims. Address this now. DoorDash doesn't care about its workers. So DoorDash doesn't believe in women. Got it. A day after the incident, on October 13th, Livy responded to a comment that said, "You should honestly report this to the police if you feel comfortable to." She explained she reported it to DoorDash first because
I wasn't sure of DoorDash's process for SA, or if this was even reportable to the police in New York State because he was in his home.
DoorDash, however, was unresponsive, which Livy found strange.
I reported this to DoorDash over 12 hours ago, and they're supposed to call me back, which is strange because I've reported a couple less serious incidents before, and they called me back within 1 to 2 hours for those reports.
Livy eventually called a non-emergency line, which led to a police officer meeting her in person and reviewing the video she had filmed.
And he asked me if I want to press charges, and I said, yeah, if there are charges to press, I would prefer that because I don't want this to happen to somebody else again.
The police officer allegedly told her there wasn't much he could do.
He said he's not sure if there are charges that can be pressed at this point because he was inside of his house, and specifically he said it's not like he came up to his door with it out or like his window with it out or whatever.
But regardless, the officer said he would go to the customer's home to hear his side of the story. Livy, on the other hand, believed the customer had disturbing intentions.
Like, how likely is it that it's cold outside? It's pretty chilly. Your ceiling fan is on. You got all your lights on in your house. You got your front door open, right? You just ordered DoorDash 15 minutes ago. You're asleep on the couch with your pants and your underwear to your ankles. Like, come on now. That is voyeurism. That is exhibitionism. That was something against my own will that I was fulfilling for that man.
And she pointed out something concerning.
That man lives in a duplex. In that video, you'll see another door next to his. That's another apartment unit right next to his. That could be a family. Anybody could walk out and see what you're doing on your couch. It could be a child. Anybody could come up on your porch and see that.
Some were concerned with the police's reaction. By the way, the police officer lied to your face. Was his point that SA reported inside of the offender's house doesn't count as SA? Girl, take this to court. You are getting gaslit. Call an attorney. But some couldn't help but notice. Why isn't the video available anymore? They removed the video, only leading to speculation that Livy may have been clout chasing. Some didn't see an issue to begin with, explaining how they would have handled the situation. I would have laughed and said, "Your food's here, buddy." The next day, on October 14th, Livy had another shocking update.
Hey guys, I just lost my job. They just punished me for posting about my while door dashing.
Livy explained DoorDash is supposed to give a reason for deactivation and a link to appeal their decision.
And they didn't. So I contacted support and they made me sit on the phone with them for 50 minutes just to tell me that they can't tell me the reason why and I have to just go ahead and appeal without knowing why. So my chances of getting my account back, they have my money in that account.
Another day later, on October 15th, Livy posted 3 TikTok videos. In the first video, she revealed her appeal was rejected.
So yep, I really lost my job.
And that she still did not receive any explanation on her deactivation, so she spoke with customer support. She spent nearly an hour on the phone, only to be told by the highest available team that they couldn't explain why she lost her job.
There's no way that they could tell me what the reason why I just lost my job.
In her second video, she revealed her TikTok account was at risk of being banned after she posted the video of the customer in 2 videos, one time uncensored and a second time censored.
They took it down for the same reason again, and now my account has a second strike. Guess what? If I get one more strike, I'm banned from TikTok.
Livy then broke down in frustration.
So not only did I get 3 days ago on October 12th on Sunday, I then lost my job. The police are doing nothing, and if I get one more account strike on TikTok, my account's done. This is a man's world. I'm the victim. Remember, I'm the victim.
Livy even explained how she would have been paid for her second video, which TikTok took down.
They were gonna have to pay me for my second story time because that was over a minute long. They were gonna have to pay me for all those views I got. They took that right down. Absolutely not. They're not paying me for that. Nope.
In her third video, she attempted to retell the incident for a third time, but this time not showing the video of the customer. TikTok has not taken this video down, and she made it very clear how she was affected in the situation.
I was a victim of SA by a DoorDash customer while I was doing my job as a DoorDash driver.
I'm the victim. I lost my job. I'm the victim. Right? Is this making sense to anybody?
People were shocked, writing, "They fired you because you spoke out about being SA'd?" But that same day, DoorDash finally responded in the comments section to an Instagram post. And then again, a day later on TikTok in a photo statement, clarifying that they would never deactivate someone for reporting SA. Full stop. They also revealed there's been an active investigation with police and that DoorDash is prepared to fully support any of their efforts. And even though they couldn't give Livy a reason for deactivation over the phone, they were able to blast it online, writing, "Posting a video of a customer in their home and disclosing their personal details publicly is a clear violation of our policies. That is the sole reason that this Dasher's account was deactivated, along with the customers while we investigated." And despite Livy losing her account, DoorDash says she still has full access to her earnings. Livy posted a response video not long after, highlighting how DoorDash couldn't respond to her personally, but could make public statements once they got enough backlash.
I and the entire rest of the world found out why I lost my job at the exact same time. I didn't find out before you guys.
Livy said once those public statements were made, they sent her an email.
And they sent me the deactivation email around the same time they released the public statements. Like literally within the same hour.
Livy's emotional breakdown paired with DoorDash's response had people looking twice. But with the original video deleted, viewers were relying on reposts, many of which were manipulated, such as this still shot from the video with the entryway heavily cropped, giving the appearance of the door looking almost closed. This led to false accusations like this. His door was not wide open, but if you look closer at the image,
There's literally text that is cropped out. Did anyone even look at this picture before sending it to me? Even though it's not even really necessary to do this, but I even overlaid a screenshot that I took from this video and changed the opacity. It's literally the same. Like, what are we talking about?
and if that wasn't proof enough, here's a side-by-side comparison showing the image was in fact cropped. People also circulated fake still shots of a hand on the door, likely AI generated, which sparked rumors that she pushed the door, and also spread false accusations like this. Her original video stated she opened the door herself. There were even rumors that she doxed his full address, which is not true. In the original video, no street signs were shown. She did, however, capture the house number on video, which should have been blurred. And on Twitter, there was this still shot circulating, showing a slightly open door that was bent, which people again believe.
When you see a cracked door, it's on you. If you push open somebody's door, everything else that took place is on you. I don't know, y'all. Y'all tell me that looks like a cracked door to me.
But this has not been verified, and there is no full video of this moment. People also misunderstood DoorDash's statement, believing Libby was inside the customer's home, leading to many false accusations like these. You were trespassing. She saw the door was cracked open a little and decided to enter someone's home. But if you look closer at the phrasing, posting a video of a customer in their home, they simply meant the customer was in their home with no mention of Libby stepping inside. And finally, people were claiming the customer released doorbell footage. By the way, the dude had ring cam footage and it showed that she pushed the door open and the door was closed. The doorbell footage isn't available because it's now evidence. But this has not been verified, and there is still no ring footage released a few weeks later. Yes, the story took a life of its own, and soon the majority of Libby's comment section was filled with people going against her. Some called her out for the rumor that she walked inside the house. It's called DoorDash, not Room Dash. Home invasion is a serious problem. Others didn't consider indecent exposure a form of SA, but rather SH. As an SA survivor, please do not call that SA. This is why victims don't get taken seriously. A few criticized her on specifics. Was the SA you seeing a guy with his pants down, or is there a part of the story we're missing? How were you SA'd if he was sleeping? Thousands couldn't understand why she felt compelled to film the unclothed customer, and even worse, upload it publicly. She said she was SA'd for seeing it, but then took a video and uploaded it where other people saw it. So by her logic, does that mean she SA'd all those people? But some understood it was for evidence. However, for many, that didn't matter because supposedly, she didn't have to look in. Many urged DoorDash to give the customer his account back and warned Libby she could get sued for defamation. There was also one other side of the debate, one that humanized the customer. Did the guy maybe fall asleep cranking it and forgot he ordered DoorDash? Do you know for sure it was bad intent? Ever stop to think he may have been experiencing a medical emergency? I'd be calling for a wellness check. I'm with you on this. I once had an alcoholic roommate who would get day drunk, order food, and then pass out. If she had the place to herself, sometimes I'd come back to her passed out in various states of undress. So, was Libby in the wrong? It all came down to, did she push the door open? Even though TikTok removed Libby's videos twice, we managed to find a copy. The only adjustment we made is adding a sensor to the man's lower region to comply with guidelines. So, let's take a look at exactly what happened. The video starts with the delivery order on the customer's porch. Libby then pans upward to show the door was wide open. The angle she was standing at when she dropped off the order gave her a clear view towards the couch on the left of the house, where a man was laying down. While some argue
that she is clearly going in for the most bestest angle possible, she wants to make sure that she gets everything on camera.
the way the porch steps are positioned forces you to walk towards the door at an angle. He lives in a duplex and his door is on the left. Back to the footage. Libby, with her phone out, likely after taking a photo of the DoorDash order to confirm proof of delivery, then turned her camera towards the man and zoomed into him. She did not step into the house, so we can rule out the rumor of trespassing. The customer had one arm covering his eyes, making it difficult to tell if he was awake. His other hand was near his lower belly. His pants and boxers were down to his ankles, suggesting something intimate may have just happened. After capturing the customer on video, Libby walked away and turned the camera back to herself and said, in text on screen, she exposed the customer's first name and further elaborated that his front door was wide open and 59 degrees. She also put brackets around falls asleep, seeming to suggest she thought he was faking sleeping. This situation is tricky because she's not filming the entire time like a police body cam would. The moment she stepped out of her car and walked towards the porch would have been crucial to see whether the door was open or if she pushed it open. So, without this information, there are 5 possible scenarios. 1. If the door was closed and Libby opened it herself, she would be in the wrong. Pushing open the door interferes with private property, regardless of what she saw after. 2. If the door was wide open before Libby got there and the man was deliberately lying there exposed, Libby would be a victim of indecent exposure. Even though the customer is in a private space, he was still viewable from the porch and sidewalks, which are public spaces. 3. If the door was slightly open and the man was deliberately lying there exposed and Libby pushed it open further, both parties are at fault. His for intent, hers for interfering with private property by pushing the door. 4. If the man was on substances, forgetful, or whatever the reason which made him forget to close the door before he went about his personal business. There may not have been intent to expose, so he probably wouldn't be criminally liable, but Libby would still be justified in feeling disturbed. 5. If the door was originally closed, but an intruder broke in, then the man would be a victim of a break-in and unintentionally exposed. Libby would become a witness to something that looked intentional but wasn't. But this is a very unlikely scenario to happen within 15 minutes after placing a food delivery. If this was scenario 2, then her concern of experiencing indecent exposure is valid. As one person argued, I worked at a law firm that took on Lyft and Uber SA cases. Indecent exposure was also considered SA. In fact, several people came forward with their stories, claiming customers do this more than you think. At least 2 Dashers said they saw customers open the door with their privates exposed, topless in a towel, being invited in while cranking it, and even sent private photos through the DoorDash chat. Then, after being very vocal, Libby suddenly went silent for 9 days. Rumors continued to spiral, but there were some people who tried to defend Libby.
This type of lie scares me. It is scary how quickly people are taking this information and running with it just to smear a woman that they don't like.
The main argument was, people were simply speaking without proof.
This is a serious SA situation. You can't just say, oh, I didn't have all the information. Oh, everybody else was saying it. And there's people that have hundreds of thousands of followers or even millions of followers seeing this with no evidence. Y'all know karma's real, right?
Especially spreading the rumor of a Ring doorbell footage.
I believe the girl, for the record, because not a single person trying to discredit her can show this mythical original video where the door was only cracked open.
Also, it's been 5 days since she dropped her video. If this video of this so-called original video didn't come out yet, it does not exist.
No one's been able to find it. No one's even been able to quote it. So, you guys just hate women.
Some called out what they saw as fake activism.
But the most infuriating part are the comments and the people making videos. Just people jumping at the chance to be like, that's not SA. This actually harms real victims. You don't give up about that. All because she tried to do the smart thing and get it on video, which she shouldn't have posted it, but the guy still knew what he was doing. You could see him from the sidewalk. But now they believe her less. They think they got the okay to dogpile her, so now they're in her comments like, just bought DoorDash, just got Dash Pass. Yeah, you're totally the ones that care about real victims. You're totally not just repeating the cycle of public backlash that stops victims from ever coming forward.
And while she shouldn't have posted the uncensored evidence online,
I'm not saying that she handled this or is handling this perfectly.
Some felt she was still justified to film as evidence.
Because if she hadn't filmed it, you guys would have said that she's lying.
Another person put it simply.
I also have a question for anyone who is on the internet with their full chest trying to defend this man, and not only defend him, but claim that he is the victim. Is it normal for you to order DoorDash and then get super drunk before or after ordering DoorDash and then see that your Dasher is 15 minutes away, and not only 15 minutes away, but also a woman, and then open your door and then pull your pants and underwear down around your ankles and then fall asleep on the couch? If that is normal for you, then I think that you need to be homed. Like, seriously, because I think that at best you are stupid and reckless, and at worst you are a predator.
This all led to one thought.
I have never seen a psyop go so well with misinformation in my life. And it made me realize, y'all just jump on here and talk.
A Redditor even went so far as to say this was nothing but misogyny. There is nothing but lies and bots. This is just the perfect example of Darvo and how quickly and effectively social media can be manipulated with bots. We are absolutely cooked as a society. Others agreed, alleging, "This is a campaign and the message is women should know their place, that men will not be held accountable for harassing women, that the law is on their side." PDF Files own TikTok now. They're trying to make it a safe space for creeps. Then, when October 26th came around, Libby posted an update. She once again recounted what happened on October 12th, but this time she addressed the rumors.
There have been a lot of people saying things like I entered the customer's home or I opened the customer's door, but I can assure you that I did not do either of those things, and I have obtained irrefutable proof that the door was already wide open when I arrived to the customer's house. But due to its importance, I cannot post that proof at this time.
This could mean Libby may have other proof like dashcam footage or witness of a neighbor, to name a few. And claiming she could not post it right now could mean she may be handling this with a lawyer. And somehow, things got even worse. In Libby's original video, she exposed the customer's first name, which we will call A. Internet sleuths likely found the city Libby is from and began searching for A's name in that region. Now people are spreading screenshots of a man who shares the same first name who has a criminal charge.
Now, looking more into the case, you can actually see that he was in trouble for indecent exposure, but since it was his first time, it got moved down to disorderly conduct.
But people quickly called this out.
That is not the same as the one that's in the DoorDash video. Just found a random person named with a criminal record, and y'all just ramble.
As the story continues to take a life of its own, people remain divided on
_MRJ
who
gifted one subscription.
On one end, many believe Libby did too much.
Thanks,
First of all, if she saw the door was open, out of basic respect, you shouldn't look inside somebody's home.
On the other side, some believe the customer had ill intent.
But I am saying that that man knew what he was doing.
And for some, waiting for answers felt like the right call.
I don't know what's going on. Maybe in a few months we'll know what's going on.
While you're here, check out our video on the latest viral accessory that TikTok fears is ruining our privacy for good. And consider liking, commenting, and subscribing. Your support means a lot to us and helps us continue to create videos like these.
Goodness!
Truly, truer words. I mean, it's the song that keeps on giving. Each and every year that goes by, each and every month, each and every day, it seems. Each and every day, it seems that song becomes more and more prophetic. Yes, it does. Selling out real friends for a paycheck. That was something that I wrote many, many moons ago, and it just keeps being true. It just keeps being alarmingly true. If you know what I'm talking about already, if you're one of the few people I've already reached out to and told about this situation, I mean, not to be cryptic, but I do have something very important coming down the pipeline for y'all to tell y'all. It is shocking. It is astonishing. It is betrayal at the highest degrees. These lies have been told. And guess what? I'm a victim of it. Yup. It involves somebody being held against their will in the Florida Shuffle and things like that. But yeah, I'm actually waiting for a few more records to come back, and I'm actually just waiting for the dust to settle in this situation, y'all.
Stuff
But
on the band.
I have to sound the alarm on something very serious that has happened over here on this channel. Yes, I do. And it's scary. And I mean, just what I'm willing to say now, what I'm able to say now is, you can't trust nobody. You really can't. Nope. And just, on that note, I don't know none of these people on this online, okay? So if anybody is using my name to get y'all to do something, to lure y'all somewhere, please just be very aware. That ain't me. Unless you heard it from me, don't let just because somebody was over here on this channel doing something at some point, just because I may have, had a relationship with somebody or something like that, please be very aware that you need to use your own judgment. And if somebody is using my name, my reputation, or their apparent, purported proximity to me to lure somebody somewhere, that ain't me. And I would actually strongly discourage y'all from doing that. I don't have meetups. I've never had a meetup. The only time you're gonna see me is around and about a court date. Okay, hold on one second. One thing I don't take kindly to is manipulation and being lied to. One thing I don't take kindly to is being used. Alright? So, with that being said, selling out real friends for a paycheck. Indeed. Okay. No one was pretending to be me. Okay, y'all need to relax. Y'all need to relax. Also, something else I need y'all to know and be aware of, I'm real suspicious right now, and I'm real on edge right now. Even more so than normal. So if somebody is even, just make sure you check in the typos before you press send, because I'm block happy to death. Alright? And this just came up like right now. That's why I'm fine, Garden State Accountability. I'm fine. It just came up right now. I just found out about some sinister, despicable, unforgivable, inexcusable behavior just within the last like 30 minutes before this stream. So, just listening and trying to get in the mindset of I want to, get ready for my stream and stuff like that. I mean, just like y'all, before you go to work, you got to kind of, forget about that stuff. But I'm going to put it to you this way. I'm real mad, and I got some things to say. I'm real mad, and I got some things to say. I don't take kindly to being lied to or manipulated, and I don't take kindly to having people using my name to do sinister and unforgivable things. Okay, so I'll leave that.
8_MRJ gifted 5 subscriptions.
I have way more to say. That being said, that's not what today's video is supposed to be about. Just trying to get my bearings. Exactly. And again, y'all, it's not like I'm trying to be necessarily cryptic or anything like that.
Green
It's
again,
just, I don't
or
have enough
blue,
information yet,
or
but
mixed
best
berry.
believe- Ooh, best believe the information is coming my way. Oh, anyway, thank you so much, Arwen. My hair looks good. I did my sponge roller set. I'm selling out real friends for a paycheck. I was listening to the Squirrel Acting Up song, and the world premiere. The world premiere of the Squirrel Acting Up, A Squirrel is Acting Up, did just premiere. Shout out to Leroy Truth, Investigations in the chats. And that's what kind of
Green,
also just was
as
like,
per
ooh,
usual.
man, that song is the gift that keeps on giving. Ask Steve-O how it all turned out when he tried to use my name for clout or use my name for anything. He's traveling around in a van.
Good that you don't know which one tastes the worst.
Chico handler, last time I checked. Okay. So, let me get into the David updates. That's the reason we're here today. And I don't have this in any particular order. I just put in order as I found. Okay. As I found them. So let me pull up this. This is a Reddit thread. Now, I didn't even read fully, wholly all of these, every word in this Reddit thread, but I did, I did think that it was interesting enough to bring it to y'all's attention. Now, when
They are the
David and
second
Celeste
most sour
situation
candy
was
in the
first kind
world.
of breaking news and things like that, I would cover it a lot. I
Barnett's.
would cover it often,
Oh.
and I was trying to get to the bottom of it as
Mega
a member of
sours.
the public with no extra special information more than the public has. But little by little,
You know what mega sour tastes the worst? Do you?
Little by little, as the
Do
case
you?
has gone on and we haven't gotten any word back from the
Cuz.
toxicology report, it's kind of come to a little bit of a standstill.
I
and
have a
it's
difference of
kinda turned
opinion.
into nothing but
But
speculation.
friends,
So that's why
if you
I have kind of
are on
taken a little
Twitch
bit of
Oh,
a
yeah,
break
damn.
on the case.
You
And,
can.
I do see in the Reddit and stuff like that, like there are people who
You can
are
gift
getting impatient,
donations and
which is totally
subs, and
understandable. It does
I have
feel
to
like
eat a
these
sour.
things could be
A
handled a little
super
bit
sour.
faster. But for me personally,
Ugh.
I'm
Until
not
I
really
throw up.
that pressed about how long it's taking yet. And we'll talk a little bit about that as to why, but I've mentioned it before. And the reason is because this is generally, in general, how long toxicology reports are taking in LA. So they're taking this long no matter what for the regular average person, and I do not personally think that we should give special treatment to special celebrity cases. I think everybody's case should go through the system as equal protection under the law. This is what the Constitution says. So it just takes this long to get a toxicology report in LA County. There's a lot of information. Thank you, Arwen. Good point. There is also, in addition to what I'm saying, there is also a lot of information and data and devices to investigate. This is true, but I think that so far, and I reserve the right to change my mind, but at least for the next week or two, I'm not waiting, I'm definitely waiting on the edge of my seat. I definitely want to know what the next update's going to be. However, this is just simply how long a toxicology report takes. It just simply is. Steve Fisher Investigates has been keeping up with other toxicology cases that other and he says that
Mechanics
we could
Dragon
expect
cheered
to see
100
something as
bits.
soon as 6 days from today. So again, y'all, it's not another week before we should really start worrying. And again, I totally understand why people want to know.
Exclamation
and I understand
sours.
the lack of
Is
patience,
it the
but
roulette
for
cup
me
when
so
it's
far, and
ditties?
y'all look, listen, if I can take an opportunity to talk some, on the officials in LA, I'm going to do it. But for me personally right now, I don't think it's dragging on too long. I think this is exactly the time that the other cases in this jurisdiction have taken for toxicology reports to come out.
Oh.
So this is just about how long it takes.
I
8 to 12 weeks, and it has been about
Hey cutie, are you sitting on the F5 key? Because that ass is refreshing.
And again, y'all, and remember, in California, they only
You sit in the
have
bucket of chicken?
3
Because that
two
ass
or
finger
3
looking
days,
good.
48, 72 hours or
Don't
something
fuck
like
with me.
that
I know
to
the
bring
best sexy
charges
puns.
once they arrest someone. So I do believe
IOJ,
they
two
should be
roulette cups.
responsible
For
and
Matt
jumping
and
the gun a little bit to arrest anybody yet, because they don't even have a cause of death for Celeste. Now, does this mean that once they get the cause of death back, if it says, unconfirmed or undetermined or something
sour
like
cola.
that doesn't
Jay.
mean that someone can't be charged. It just means that now the prosecution knows what they actually have to do, and what they're up against. So if they were to arrest somebody, let's say,
One sour, one safe.
we finally get the Celeste Rivas Hernandez toxicology report back as the public, and it says, gunshot wound to the whatever.
Yeah, because he gifted individual
that would be a lot
subs.
easier to say someone
So he
murdered
owed-
her because
I owed
the
him
cause
2
of
from
death
the
would be
roulette
marked
cup.
as a murder or a homicide. Whereas if it just says undetermined, then it's going to be a little bit harder. But look, Emmanuel Harrow, he was
Or
just
is there
now
a renewed subscription?
the parents.
Either
Jake
way.
Harrow and just Jake for sure. Hold on one second. I have to send a text. Again, y'all, I have a lot going on in the back end before. Right, the speedy trial rights begin in custody. And remember, y'all, as bad as it looks for David and on David, we have to remember that people get set up all the time. Black men in particular get set up. In particular, black men who are very young, who came into the music industry as a teenager, right? Am I saying David is getting set up? No, I said it. It looks bad. It don't look good. It don't look good. But just knowing all of these things, it's something that for me, I'm not like rushing to be like, oh, hurry up, they're doing something wrong yet. Now, just as y'all know me, just as soon as it starts to look like something is amiss over here, I'll be the first one. I'll be the first one to jump on it, okay? But Yes, Canvas Caitlin living with GPS said in Massachusetts it took almost 3 months to get my husband's toxicology report back, but that was in 2021, which was the you know what era. I think it does just take about that long in a lot of states, not just California. Now, add on top of that, that we do have a severely, severely decomposed body. Supposedly, I mean, I didn't see it, but that's what's being reported. Hold on. Some of the chemical processes of the toxicology report also just do take time. Agreed, that is true. And all of that. Okay. So, I want to bring up this, again, like I said, this is no particular order. It's just the order that I found things in this morning. And this was a Reddit post from 22 hours ago. And take it with a grain of salt. It is just a Reddit post. But I did find a few different items that I thought was, that I thought were worth bringing to y'all's attention today. So I am here to talk about the David situation, even though we still don't have the autopsy results from Celeste. Okay, so this was from yesterday. It says on January 2nd, 2025, David created a second Instagram account with a Hello Kitty profile picture holding a digital camera. So it's Hello Kitty holding a camera. I don't know if it's digital camera. I mean, I guess that could be any kind of camera, but anyway, that same day is the day that Steve Fisher, that's the private investigator, reported what's believed to be the last known picture of Celeste, or the last time she was seen alive. Okay, so for the timeline, right? January 2nd, 2025, right around December 2024 and January 2025, earlier this year, a whole bunch of stuff was popping off. David had wiped clean his Instagram account. On top of that, Steve Fisher is claiming that January 2nd, 2025 is the last time that he was able to confirm that Celeste was even alive, right? Like, okay, well, the last sign of life that, seen alive was January 2025. And remember, we did talk about this a little bit last time whenever I did my last live on this situation. I was like, y'all, I don't know if it's I need a conservatorship for jail. I don't know if it's the delusions of grandeur, what was I do? I'm not going to escape the schizophrenia allegations, but like for me, when I thought about how long she had been dead, for some reason, like this imagery of like a meat locker came into my mind, and hooks and stuff, and I'm like, what if they froze her? But then at the time I was like, I don't want to just like be adding to this speculation, like maybe I'll start a Psychic Vision from the Lord channel, but I don't want to be adding to speculation. I don't want to be adding speculation about, oh, it could have been frozen for months. Like, why would I say that with no proof? It was just like a flash in my mind. Well, now we're being told the last time by Steve Fisher, there's Raven Visions. I think it's Crow. People are saying they thought about butchers too, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. Joy Conley said, I would watch the Psychic Vision from the Lord channel. Maybe I'll put it on bedtime wind down. Yeah, and that's the thing too. The only Angie's, when I said it on my last live, so many people were like, I just got full body chills. I had the same thought. Oh, the Raven. Oh, yes, That's So Raven. Yes. It was like, yeah, exactly like that. Exactly like that. So, I don't know if that's true or not, y'all. But it's starting to look like, where are the signs of life since earlier this year? Has she been dead for many, many months longer than originally seemed to have been reported? Et cetera, et cetera. The car then wasn't moved, and there's all this timeline we need to really go through. But as far as this post right here on the Reddit is concerned, two big things happened on January 2nd, 2025. One is Steve Fisher, the investigator, that the owner of the house David was living in or staying in. Steve Fisher says that the last time that he's able to show that Celeste was alive in a picture was January 2nd, 2025. And then on that same day, January 2nd, 2025, Allegedly, according to this Reddit post in the David thread from 22 hours ago, David Reddit, he created a second Instagram account that day with a Hello Kitty profile picture. She's holding a digital camera, or a camera of some sort in the picture, and this is the same day that Steve Fisher reported that she was, the last time she was seen. Here's a picture of him with a digital camera and his iPhone, another picture of him. Okay, so this post does go on. It says this date and time frame are very significant. Before wiping all his social media posts at the start of the year, David created a second account on January 2nd and began posting pictures there. Now, someone had asked, what is the significance of the Hello Kitty? Personally, he might just like Hello Kitty, y'all. I mean, I don't really exactly know. But people are pointing to the missing persons poster. The Celeste Rivas Hernandez missing person poster from April 2024 did state that she had some type of Hello Kitty item of accessory, whatever it was. It was like a Hello Kitty slippers, Hello Kitty sandals, Hello Kitty something. But does that mean necessarily that that is why David put this Hello Kitty profile picture? No, of course not. And I don't even know if David made this account. I'm just reading a Reddit post. Okay, so again, take it with a grain of salt. The account that David created was named David's Gallery, featuring a Hello Kitty girl holding a camera. He also deleted some pictures during those days I found very interesting, and it seems like he left a lot of clues there. Now, he says on this Reddit, whoever this person is, or she, Jenny, the Ween, it says people also don't believe Steve Fisher actually has a picture of her alive from this time frame. The person says, but I believe he's telling the truth and the dates do line up. As far as I'm concerned, y'all, I have no reason to believe Steve Fisher's lying. That being said, I have no proof of the picture that Steve Fisher saw. So if somebody on the internet on Reddit wants to think that, you know, people don't think that Steve Fisher actually has a picture from this time frame, I guess they don't have to. But I don't know why Steve Fisher would be lying. I don't know why he would just make that up. That seems like it would really hurt his credibility. But he has said that he has seen pictures, or at least one photograph, which does seem to indicate that Rivas Hernandez was still alive on January 2nd. But then he says he has not been able to show that she's alive after that in pictures. But he's been very clear. That doesn't mean she wasn't alive. It just means he doesn't have the proof. Again, I don't have all the access to all the stuff that he has, so all I can do is speculate, and I'm not going to put my neck out on the line for Steve Fisher either. I'm not going to say, well, I think he's telling the truth. I simply don't know. I don't know, and I would like to see the pictures and stuff before I make a personal opinion on it, but I just wanted to kind of give that a little bit of context because the sentence does come up. The post goes on. It says, now looking at the pictures that David posted, they're each tagged with a song and a caption written in Japanese. The first song he used in those pictures was Yume Utsutsu, Between Dream and Reality, by the artist Lamp. The song is about a heartfelt goodbye after a deep love connection. Okay, so this post, they're saying, this post right here, he has a new Instagram account. It happens to be the same day. That's the last day that, you know, Celeste can be shown alive. It's him with this camera. And look how it's got different little songs up here at the top. Apparently, allegedly. See, it's all Japanese, I think, artists. Mai Ihara, Next Time. And then there's Babbling Brook. The same song. This one says High on a Rock. It's upside down. My site is beautiful. Okay, so this is apparently allegedly supposed to be a new Instagram account that he started on the same day of the last day that Celeste was ever seen alive, apparently, allegedly, according to Steve Fisher. They each have a song, and then one of the songs that he tags in this post is a song about a heartfelt goodbye after a deep love connection, a reflection on how beautiful yet temporary relationships can be. The ending lyrics say, quote, "The end of the days I spent with you." The pictures look almost identical to his Withered deluxe cover, which I don't agree with. I don't think it looks almost identical just because it's outside. That don't look identical to me. But the person says, "I found another photo that he later deleted showing David standing in a landscape while someone takes pictures behind him. This is the first indication that it might be Celeste with him. The things I found and the other pictures are insane. The next ones he posted show a rocky stream surrounded by a forest, a large boulder. One that caught the poster's attention was a big rock with black writing on it, with the song that's entitled Next Time by Mai Ihara. The song is about two people sharing deep connection that eventually fades away.
You have to pronounce the A and the I, but also
And
kind
so
of like
if
an
you
E.
take all these different like sad emo like breakup songs and you put it with the fact that Celeste wasn't seen again afterward, and you put it with the fact that it seems to be, going around in the Discord that's about the time that David and Celeste had broken up at some point. We did discuss this in a previous video that I made. Everything is so morbid. I know, seriously. It just starts to look like maybe at the very least he did break up with Celeste or end the friendship with Celeste or somebody around this time. But it does kind of make me think probably it was Celeste. Again, I don't know. A lot of stuff has just been said over and over and over, so some people have been just repeating it as if it is a fact. But I do just want to remind y'all to keep an open mind because we don't know very much as a fact at all. We have some indications from the public record, which I think is great. I think that we have the right to make our little, assumptions and our little speculations, but let's not get carried away is basically what I'm trying to say.
Our 32 packs is our best deal we have here. So we're packing a first time order for Janice from...
Anyway. Okay, what's insane is a picture of the big rock, has writing on it, a cryptic caption. At first glance, you might think it says the word hi, but when you look closer, there's something more to it. The left part of the H has a small cut or gap, which could mean it's meant to be something else. When I viewed the writing from the other side and rotated it, it looks more like the number 14. Oh, okay. To add to that, the caption on the post is written in Japanese and translates to "My sight is beautiful," followed by a Spanish punctuation mark, an inverted exclamation point. Normally, this symbol appears at the beginning of a sentence, but David placed it at the end, likely for expressive or artistic effect. But isn't it oddly specific to include Celeste's age and a caption with a Spanish symbol? Looking through all of this, I genuinely think Celeste was with David at that time. And the reports from Steve Fisher claiming he had last known pictures of her on January 2nd seem to line up with that. Did something really happen during this time? My last post on this account was January 2025, the last post on the account was January 2025, followed by a long gap until May 2025, when he uploaded a photo with his main group. The caption on that picture, okay, so a new account pops up January 2025. He posts a few things on there. This rock picture that he's talking about is maybe it's supposed to be 14. It could be a high though. Looks like maybe high. And little deer legs here. Still love it though. Beautiful scape that didn't make it to the main page. These little baby deer legs. Still love it though. This is the high. It looks like high to me. It just looks like high. It looks like high. Especially here, because it's May, I don't know, EI, I don't know. But I could see what he's saying. Maybe it's 14,
Oh, it's
maybe
May.
it's supposed to be something like that, maybe. Who knows? However, months go by, and then it's May. And then it's May 2025. He uploads another photo to the main group.
I thought it was
The
an
caption
AIDS.
on that picture
EI.
reads,
That's just
"I have
me.
been abhorrently sad as of late, which is why I haven't been inspired to post here in a while. But I went to the beach with my friends this morning and it made me feel better." Now, this could mean a lot of things in this case. Was he with Neo or Asia or someone else? Let's not forget he wiped all his social media posts throughout January, right up until the very end, when he began teasing his Withered album and posting strange things on X and his broadcast channel. Around that same time, he also filmed the music video for One More Dance. He changed the profile picture of the second account to the current meme sometime in January. The Withered album promo material is very similar to the pictures he took in the park. Also, the landscape for There Goes My Baby, which of course is the song dedicated to Celeste, which I don't know if that's true or not. Increasingly, he shows Itami and himself lying in similar landscapes. Grass with roses everywhere, surrounded by forest and nature, but Itami is the one covered in blood. It makes you wonder if he drew inspiration from what actually happened to Celeste, and if those promotional visuals were meant to reflect in that in some way. It's scary to think if potentially was the last time. Okay. So I wanted to read that to y'all because of the timing of the January 2nd situation. The fact that apparently that was the last time that Celeste was seen in a photograph alive, according to Steve Fisher. And it happens to be the exact same day that David was making this apparent new Instagram account. It seems to have happened along the same exact, within a month or so of other reports that we'd seen previously, that is when David and Celeste so-called allegedly, quote, broke up, according to the Discord. Okay, so again, take all this with a grain of salt, but I wanted to show y'all that. Now, I want to move on to the next thing that I saw, and this is some Discord logs. Sorry, not Discord logs, call logs. Early 2025 that include vandalism and attempt to break in of a vehicle. Okay, OP. This is from the Reddit. This is from the Celeste Rivas Hernandez Reddit. So there's a David Reddit, but there's also other Reddits associated with the case. So this one is from the Celeste Rivas Hernandez Reddit 2 days ago. It says OP, that means original poster, deleted this call log. So I just thought I would repost it. Sorry for the poor quality. I have to screenshot it from YouTube. This is the Riverside County Sheriff's Department Data Warehouse Report by address. Okay, it is very blurry. I will try to translate here. Okay, so it looks like possibly all the same address. And you can see there's calls in all the way up through 2025, June 2025. There's calls in 2024, very, very, very many. And there's another color-coded call breakdown. So let me that one up. This one's in the David 2 Reddit. It says 911 call log at Celeste home, decoded and explained. Article 4. Okay, so let's pull this up. It's, oh God, it's too blurry for me to see it. But this person has now put things into a color-coded system. There's an FU, which is blue. Let's see. Okay, so FU red is just a follow-up from an officer returning early reports. The orange is lower level offense or suspicious activity, not considered a major crime. PC 534 is vandalism. It's all very blurry. I can't get a cleaner shot of it. I just, am looking at what was on the Reddit. For one, the J stands for juvenile. So PC 242J1 is a juvenile call. Juvenile altercation, or just juvenile, or a juvenile adult altercation. This usually means it was some type of domestic incident. Then you have PC 4840, which is fraudulent use of a credit or a debit card. That looks like that one was in 2024. Then there was SCIRC, a report of a suspicious activity or person without any confirmed crime. Another one is officer assisting a person acting suspiciously. Officer was possibly assisting another agency or responding to a tip. And then there was a medical emergency or a hang-up. The M stands for miscellaneous. So you can see barely, but from 2020, 2021, 2022, there was only 3 calls. But then starting sometime in 2024, you just get a blow-up of calls. It looks like February 1, 2, 3, 4, these are follow-ups. 24. Look, all these are from 2024, and then it starts back up again in 25. It's like a lot of calls from 2024 and 2025. Again, I know it's blurry. There's not really much I can do about it.
I'm all caught up in the tasks.
Let's
Please
see.
give me a
Let
break
go
for a minute,
over.
or I'm
Okay,
gonna need to take
so,
another anxiety
again,
medication.
I mean, this is all kind of stuff here. Somebody has the freeform app going, but I don't. It's not. It's just blurry, so it's not really helpful. Oh, good. Okay, here you go. All right, look, they got the 911 in. Okay, so here's the code. Context for colors. They have color coded it, and they had requested it from January 1st, 2020 to October 7th, 2025. And again, from 2020 through 2022, there's only 3 calls. There's about 1 a year. 1 in 21, 1 in 2020, and 1 in 2022. But then starting right before
Okay.
Celeste went missing last year, remember she went missing in April. So 2 months before she went missing, you just start getting a flood of calls. The day after Valentine's Day, 2 days after Valentine's Day, 3 days after Valentine's Day, 2024, and then again February 20th, again February 25th, again in March 19th. Now I think this is whenever Celeste ran away in the March 19th, 2024 time frame. March 26th, 2024, April 1st, 2024, April 2nd, 2024, April 5th. So this is like calls are coming in based on this address. Now they have blacked out the address, but apparently this is all the same address. So yeah, I just wanted to go over that. It says, hey everyone, it's been a while since I've been able to write a post. With that being said, a Redditor from one of these other ones submitted a plain call log. I couldn't find the original again. To credit, excuse me. So let me know the original. Anyway, I color coded the logs and explained the different types of call code meanings to help decipher everything. I also added on one side some relevant events around the time of certain calls. Okay. So that's interesting. I did want to just kind of run that by y'all and let y'all know that someone put a lot of work into that. Okay. So now I want to move on to another, again, this is mostly speculatory theories, but you know, the last time I made a video on this, we were talking a lot about that so-called sadistic equipment that Steve Fisher has been speaking about. Like, what is this sadistic, maybe farm-related, some type of equipment, some type of tool? What is it? You know, he's kind of avoided, like, actually saying it, which leads all of us to have to speculate. And someone has a speculation right over here. Yes, thank you, Sarah.
Hold up. Alana in Texas just placed the dreamiest protein coffee order. She picked Snickerdoodle, Original, and French Vanilla.
Thanks much, Sarah, for the $2 super chat. And Sarah Adams, yes, also that. Lease was also signed right around the same time all those calls started coming in. The lease was signed Valentine's Day 2024. And thank you for that $2 super chat. Okay, so here's some speculation from 2 days ago. Items in the Tesla trunk photo analysis, and then they did go ahead and censor the remains. So that isn't something that is going to be showing up. This is Article 5. Okay. Theory speculation is how they have it tagged here, so take this whole thing with a grain of salt. Now this right here appears to be some type of bag, tarp, zip-up bag container, something of the sort. And this right here, it's blurry. You can't really tell what it is, but let me click through. The person here is speculating that it's this type of a tool. This type of a tool, like kind of like a spade. Now they have blurred out the remains. And what this appears to be is some type of coat garment bag, a garment bag. Now, again, y'all, please, this is so blurry. It's hardly clear, okay? You can't really tell what this is. However, I don't think this is bad speculation. I've seen these garment bags before with a little window right here. It could be some type of garment bag. Now, that being said, what they're kind of trying to indicate right here, this right here, is some sort of gardening tool. As you can see here, there is a person, you know, using this tool. It's called a triangular hoe. The heavy-duty wide triangular hoe it's an 8-inch long one, 8-inch wide one, which makes it great for digging and tilling gardens, also called a ridging hoe because it gets used to loosen, pull, and pile soil around the base of plants, like potatoes. This process is called ridging or hilling because it creates a long, raised ridge of soil that encourages a more productive potato crop. Okay, so again, that's taking a lot from just this right here. Okay, I don't know what that is. That could be anything. But it says, disclaimer, while all the photos I've provided are real, my information is speculation. Until police confirm what was specifically in there, all should be taken with a grain of salt. This information is purely off what my eyes see, not facts. I'm going to mark this NSFW even though the body is blurred. If the mods have a problem with even the blurred, they can let me know and I'll try to rearrange. With the topic of a possible shovel coming in the news that was found by the private investigator, I finally went through and organized all the photos from the trunk. I ran it through my forensic photo program, but obviously it can only do so much with one photo so far away. Keep in mind the possible shovel in the car is not going to be the same thing that Steve Fisher found at David's house. Obviously, yes, clearly. It can't have been found at David's house if it was found in the trunk at the tow yard. The person says, though, I just did find it uncanny that what looks like another shovel is in this Tesla trunk as well. And it's like a gardening tool of some sort. So since that just came up, I rushed to organize all my info on this. I've included multiple variations of the two items, as each one helps comprehend what it is in a different way. I want to bring this to the public because maybe you guys want to point something out that I can't see. Item 1, possible shovel, triangular hoe. In my opinion, the item that was found in the left of the car seems to be some sort of shovel, where the head of the shovel is on the higher flat surface of the front. Anyway, it looks like it's connected to a pole which curves. I did some digging, pun intended, around, and it seems to match most a triangular hoe shovel, because there are variations that have a curved part. But also, you could argue that when you would be digging, having your foot on the pole part of the shovel is common to get a better grip. But if that was true as well, wouldn't that imply that the shovel was already used in some way? Just something to note. Item number 2, possibly a garment bag. In my opinion, it looks to be a garment that you would commonly put suits in. Like you ever rented a tux or a suit. I can't say much further on that, but or that it really gives me anything that additional to the case, to be honest, but that is all for this. I have been talking to LAPD about getting police footage, but they're being weird about it. As well, hopefully by tomorrow I'll be able to release which store the Build-A-Bear was bought at. And this is just the Rito investigation. So let's look at these pictures a little bit more. This is what he's saying might be some type of gardening tool. Y'all, this could be a crumpled up tarp. I mean, we really can't tell what it is. But he said he ran it just there to investigate. He ran it, or she ran it, through a forensic photo analysis. I don't know about that forensic photo analysis software. This is just different angles of what he's claiming are possibly a garment bag. He's saying this could be the window to see through the garment bag here. That could be what we see here. Could be. I don't think it's a bad speculation. Durable full-length metal zipper. You see it's like different iterations of garment bags. And then this is what he's saying could possibly be a triangular hoe / shovel. Could it be maybe a curved pole? Y'all, I mean, this is like basically reading tarot cards at this point. You can barely see it. But it's interesting he ran it through a forensic analysis software. So I thought that y'all would find that to be interesting. Alright, so there's something else weird's done come up here. And I've covered this quite extensively, not only on this channel, but on my other channel, BJ Investigates. I did a David video, and I talked a lot about how David often seemed to kind of use his relationships as a means to an end. And the end in this particular situation was writing music. He seemed to really need to have a relationship in order to write music. And I included a bunch of different clips that kind of gave that impression in that video, but this video also just came out to my attention today, and so I want to show it to y'all. This says this stream was in mid-September 2024. David says his relationship is complicated and he has to have someone write songs about. Just found this strange, and I found it strange too, so I'm going to play it for y'all. Let me do. Can I make it go faster? No, you can't increase the speed. Okay.
Who are you thinking of?
Are you just roommates? That was it. I wasn't really thinking of nobody. I didn't even have a girlfriend at that point. You know what I'm saying?
You have a girlfriend now?
It's just very complicated. Oh shit.
So I don't know who this guy is on the left, but this is David. This guy here, he's like, do you have a girlfriend? Who are your songs about? Who was that song about? David's like, oh, it wasn't even about anybody because I didn't even have a girlfriend at that time. It was about nobody. Okay, so cool. So you can write a song when you don't have a girlfriend. You can write a song when it's not about nobody. Got it. And then what does David say? He's answering a question where this guy right here, again, no tea, no shade, I just don't know who that is, but he's asking David, like, do you have a girlfriend right now? And David's like, oh, it's complicated. This was mid-September 2024.
You have a girlfriend now?
It's just very complicated. Oh shit. You know, especially navigating through an album process, you gotta have a muse. You gotta write songs about somebody, right?
Through the album process, you've got to have a girlfriend because you've got to have a muse. Well, his album was done in April, so was he not interested? Was he not interested in having his muse anymore? I don't know. I mean, who knows? A streamer with the FaZe group. Shout out to Gangland Duda. Shout out to Down the Rabbit Hole News. But like, okay, so I just wanted to show y'all this specific, clip right here. We're not done with it yet, but this came out about 3 or 4 months before what we're now speculating might have been a breakup period of time for David and Celeste. And this would line up perfectly fine with him putting an album out in April and then going on tour, the next year. About 1 year before he went on tour, about 11 months. So again, let me let y'all hear this guy. He's going to say, do you have a girlfriend? And David's going to say it's very complicated, but the reason that's complicated isn't because it hurts his feelings and it hurts his heart. No. The reason it's complicated is because he needs a muse to write his music.
You have a girlfriend now?
It's just very complicated. Oh shit. You know, especially navigating through an album process, you gotta have a muse. You gotta write songs about somebody, right?
Oh shit. So you be thinking of TP? I'm doing too much?
I don't know what TP is. Maybe that's some inside joke for them. I don't know. Okay. So, again, he seems to really be needing a muse. He really needs to as far as I can tell, he has really relied on girls, relationships, fantasies to write his music instead of using real experiences, or he has gone out of his way to create real experiences so that they are real, so that he can write a song about them. Somebody said a slave is not a muse. Agreed. But again, y'all, I don't know. Oh, TP is a code word for that person. I bet you that's what it is. I bet you TP is that person. Only TP I know is, he's a succubus. Only TP I know is toilet paper. Yeah, but it could be that person. They were on a live stream, so he's trying not to say too much. Okay, got it. He did have a sheltered life prior, yes, allegedly, according to him. Okay, so he's got to have a muse. He keeps saying that. Now, I want to show y'all why it is that people are saying that the toxicology report should be expected in the next couple days. And this is our next few days, or a couple weeks, I should say. This was 4 days ago. Steve Fisher says toxicology results in 10 days. This is a tweet that Steve Fisher had posted 4 days ago now. It appears based on tracking LA County Medical Examiner cases that most of the deaths previously listed as deferred, which were likely pending toxicology results, much like Celeste's, now have established causes and manners of death through about September 1st or 2nd. Now, when was Celeste Rivas Hernandez's body discovered? I believe it was around September 8th. September 8th, I believe, is when her body was found. Yeah. This suggests, Steve Fisher says, this suggests that we could see a determination in the Celeste Rivas Hernandez case within the next 10 days. Again, y'all, this was 4 days ago. Now, Steve said that does not necessarily mean the full autopsy results will be completed by then. Okay, so don't come over here. Steve's like, don't come over here trying to ask me where is the autopsy results. That isn't what I'm saying. He's saying what it means is that an initial classification will likely be made of both cause and manner of death. So it'll be like natural causes or homicide, suicide, accidental, or undetermined. This assumes her case timeline is consistent with other recent cases at the medical examiner's office. So he's saying this is if Celeste Rivas Hernandez case in her toxicology and autopsy and all that is treated with the same timeline as what we've been seeing in LA County, then we should expect to see in the next 6 days or so, because that is him tracking, what other people, like what other cases have been doing. And then I will say, Steve Fisher does have his share of haters, but like, for me, I have to take that with a grain of salt, because personally, like, if people have like a whole bunch of haters following them around everywhere all the time and like that are obsessed, usually for me, that kind of gives them some type of credit, because I know how it works. If you're like actually just out here doing independent work for real, then you're just going to get swarmed by a group of probably paid haters. And now, that being said, I don't know any of these people. They might have reasons not to like him. I had never even heard of SF Investigates until 2 cases ago, like this Emmanuel Harrow case. I heard of him, and then he pops up on the Celeste Rivas Hernandez case. So I don't know anything about Steve Fisher Investigates. He seems, like just like a missing persons investigator as far as I'm concerned. But someone's like, for the love of God, this isn't a scavenger hunt. Can you just tell us what you saw? Why are you withholding all this information? You could have said nothing, but instead you chose to dangle this information like a carrot while thousands speculate. And he did respond. He said, because the information wasn't meant for you. It was meant to let certain people know that I know. So this is interesting, because who is the certain people? I mean, the first thing that comes to mind, of course, is David. Could be he's talking about David, but what if he's talking about the police? What if he's letting the police know he knows what they left? I have reason to believe that one of the main reasons that private investigators do get hired is to make sure the cops are doing their jobs. So is that what's going on in this situation? I mean, Steve Fisher has not said so. He has also said that he doesn't really like a bunch of speculation. I can appreciate that he doesn't like speculation, but that is what, the public is going to do. The public is going to speculate, and especially whenever the public doesn't have a lot of solid information. Now, Steve Fisher is in a better position than most of us, because he does have somewhat of some insider type of information because of his work with the landlord, homeowner. So someone said, I see what everyone's saying, but I kind of agree with Steve's tactic. I have worked in HR doing investigations for a long time. And although it's not the same, one thing is consistent, People eventually fall into the trap because they would rather snitch on others than get in trouble. So someone's like, see, but isn't that baiting people? Isn't that like acting as a detective and taking the law into your own hands? No, he's not baiting everyone. He means he's trying to get Esmeralda to talk by posting that tweet. It isn't about anyone being baited. Okay, so people are going into like their opinions on Steve Fisher. Again, like that's not really my jurisdiction. Okay, so
There's
let's
a
move
reason
on to
I'm
the
doing
next
this. I'm testing out a new
item that I wanted to
stitch.
discuss here. Next topic.
See if it'll work and if I like it. So I'm going to test it on the monochromatic
so someone
one.
said, yeah, no, I think it's important that he's saying it so other people know he knows. Who's the other people? Is it the friends? LAPD probably started rolling their eyes when they saw he was part of the investigation. Someone said SF is making people paranoid. Everyone is sketched out. SF said why he was doing it. Someone said, I thought I saw it, hold on. He means the people involved. Could be. I mean, who knows? I mean, who really knows? We could speculate that. We really don't know. Somebody had said that he's doing it. I'm sorry, I can't find the comment. Somebody said that the reason he's doing it is to get the friends to talk. And that's kind of what this next topic is about. David's close friends, and this came out yesterday. This article came out yesterday. It says, David's close friends make telling move amid Celeste Rivas case. This is mensjournal.com by Kevin Harris, a writer for the Men's Journal. Back in September, authorities made a chilling discovery. They found the body in the trunk of the car, front trunk. Many questions remain in the case, including how Celeste did pass and end up in the car. One private investigator has taken up the case and made several findings. He was Steve Fisher, hired by the owner of Hollywood Hills home where David had been living when the body was found in his Tesla. And as he investigates the case, he has made some, quote, sadistic findings inside the house. He's also noticed some telling moves from the close friends. Now, we've really talked about these sadistic findings from inside the house, but we really haven't talked about the friends very much. David had a close-knit group of friends. Steve Fisher, a private investigator, was hired by the owner of the Hollywood Hills home where David had been living because the owner of the house wanted to find out, quote, what may have happened and if the house played a role in any way. During Steve Fisher's investigation into the house and some surveillance footage he was able to obtain, Steve Fisher has been able to determine that David had a tight-knit group of friends and associates who appeared to be living with him at the house. Okay, I do remember something about that being said. There was a tight-knit group of friends, and they were living, but were they living with David at the house or just staying over there a lot? This is a quote from Steve Fisher to the Daily Mail being quoted in the mensjournal.com in this article that came out yesterday. Quote, there was a small inner circle, 2, 3, maybe 4 people who appeared to be living at the house and were very close with David. Okay, who was living at the house? 2 people, 3 people, 4 people, 2, 3, or 4? Small little inner circle of friends living at the house with David. According to Steve Fisher, it seemed like some of these people also had access to David's Tesla, where the body was found. Steve Fisher said, quote, there's also an indication that multiple people had access to the Tesla, which I believe to be the case, Steve Fisher said. David's friends make a telling move. While this group did appear to be quite tight-knit before the body was found, Steve Fisher made another revelation. He revealed that even though they might have been tight-knit before, they now appear to be, quote, creating some intentional distance from each other. A telling move, given the gravity of the situation. This is a quote that's being given in mensjournal.com, and they're quoting apparently from the Daily Mail. It says, quote, After the story broke, they all started unfollowing each other and deleting posts that showed them together. Okay, so whoa, hold on. This might be old news. This did just come out yesterday, but after the story broke of the Celeste, body in the trunk situation, this supposed tight-knit group of friends that were supposedly all living together started unfollowing each other and deleting posts that showed them together. That's interesting. It's also worth noting that David and his close associates have since moved out of the house. While this is certainly suspicious behavior for a once tight-knit group of people amid an investigation into the 14-year-old girl's death, it obviously does not suggest
This lumps,
but you can't 'cause you're a chump. However, it's something that Steve Fisher took note of as he's trying to determine what happened.
You're gonna make me barf.
Okay, and that is the end of the article. So again, thought that y'all would find that to be very interesting.
My little bit.
Yes, thank you, New Life Plan, for the $4.99 super chat. You really, even though you really should be thanking me for not calling the cops. Yes, seriously.
Bruh.
Until I called the cops, and then they did not care. That is true. Thanks so much to, well, at least LAPD didn't care. Thanks so much to Ella for the $5 super chat. You give me Daphne from Scooby-Doo vibes. Investigating mysteries, yes.
You think there's a Kennedy curse?
In the summertime, there were 29 cousins on Cape Cod. Yeah, there were lots of fights and lots of affection.
Thanks so much, Sarah Adams, for the $10 super chat. Honest to God, I think they ordered a commercial incinerator. They are common on mid-sized farms for large animals. Ashes equals no DNA. That is interesting.
Okay, I found one cheeky. And I misplaced
Thank you for the
a cheeky.
$4.99 super chat and for this information. So, K-Rock said that on the most recent interview from Steve Fisher when he went on Sidebar, he said that the equipment wasn't about dismembering. It wasn't a dismemberment type of equipment. No. It was about evaporating her. Okay, so that's bringing me back down to like
a smoker.
Could it be an incinerator? Could it be
a dehydrator?
Like some type of chemicals, lye, acid,
Evaporating.
Okay, K-Rock said it was 26 minutes into the Sidebar interview. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Okay, so let's.
They were trying to
topic
dehydrate her?
Rachel's attention today, and that is, blink and you miss it. But like over a week ago, maybe close to 2 weeks ago, what appears to be the actual owner of the house, Malden Trifunovic, tweeted about this. And this, let me just read y'all the whole tweet thread because I missed this entirely. I did find this on Reddit, this link. Somebody said, SF investigates, hey Steve, hope you're having a nice day. I follow your work and I want to know, what are your main, this is October 23rd. So today is November 5th. Okay, so it was all the way back October 23rd. Someone's asking Steve Fisher a question on Twitter. Hi Steve, hope you're having a nice day. I follow your work and I want to know, what are your main concerns with the LAPD investigation around Celeste? Do you think they should be more vocal and transparent? Do you think they should be appealing to the public for help and tips? What are your main concerns at the moment? He said, I don't know if it's so much concern as it is frustration. This is Steve Fisher replying. I think they have enough to charge for concealment and then add charges if they still need toxicology to come back for possible other charges. Maybe this means they are getting some level of cooperation, and if they arrest, they know that that cooperation will end. But I'm not sure what other information they could get from cooperating witnesses after this amount of time. Okay, so Steve Fisher, he's speculating, which is fine. But then look, Steve Fisher's apparent client, remember Steve Fisher was hired by the owner of the house, whose name is Malden Trifunovic. He commented, Steve Fisher's client apparently appears to be him, commented on that. So again, just to remind you where we are, somebody said, "Hey, what's your concern, Steve? Private investigator. What are your concerns about how the LAPD is handling this investigation? What are you worried about? What is your concern?" He said, "I ain't concerned. I'm frustrated. They need to charge him for concealment or somebody for concealment, and then if they still need toxicology to come back, then they can do more charges. Maybe this means they're getting some type of cooperation. I don't know if they arrest, then maybe they're not going to get any more cooperation." The guy, the owner of the house, he comments, or maybe the case is 10 times bigger than what we think, or than we think, and many arrests are coming. Whoa, hold on. Steve Fisher's like, "Oh yeah, maybe they're cooperating with the investigation." The owner, the guy that hired Steve Fisher, according to public reporting, says, or maybe the case is a lot bigger than what they're reporting, and a whole bunch of people are finna be arrested. I didn't even know about this or hear about this until today, but this was tweeted all the way back on October 23rd. Somebody else did eventually comment to the reply to that tweet. I'm intrigued to see if this spreads as far back to Lori Howe and Ben Schulman, Danny Masterson's best friend, since David started spending a lot of time partying at Tenants of the Trees and Try Wednesdays. I don't know anything about that, but I did find that to be interesting. I wanted to show y'all that. Now, the next thing is I found the open payrolls page for the forensic assistant who's working on the case. This is Karen K. Tapia. She works at the coroner's office, and she's one of the people who's listed on the case in the medical examiner's office. And then we have the Dr. Nam. He doesn't have a picture here, but there's a little bio here. Ansel. Dr. Ansel Nam is the medical examiner assigned to Celeste's case of Loma Linda University School of Medicine. Forensic pathology, bouldering, sleeping, board games, card games. I don't really know. I mean, that's it's really not very robust here. Let me actually put this in the Wayback Machine and see if he used to have a more robust profile on here.
I have to stitch the zipper in.
What in the hell is the deal with this? It's not working? Okay, there we go. Let's go just a little bit back. Let's go to 2024 and see if there's any more information on that medical examiner. Looks like there might have been some type of picture. Let's see. Let's go here. Hobbies are bouldering. So maybe it is some. Nobody still has it. Bouldering, sleeping, board games, card games. So the profile hasn't changed. Yeah, no, that huge clock was weird, and so was the little girl statue. What was she going through at home to run away so many times does make you think. I mean, who knows? I certainly wasn't speaking to her. There needs to be justice in this case. Okay. Shout out to John Miles. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. What up, cuz? Just saying hi and thank you. I appreciate you as always. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shout out to Jax AC, becoming a new member. Cute little puppy picture. What else do I have here? Yeah, the homeowner tweeted. That was a big one. Let me show y'all the coroner's office. LA medical examiner case lookup. We'll look up Celeste's case. Again, I'm not expecting to hear anything back for like at least another week or so. But I have already purchased the documents. You can purchase them, but you know, obviously they don't have them yet to send me. Case status is open. Body is released. Female, Hispanic, Latino. Investigator is Karen Tapia. That's the one we looked at first. And then Dr. Ansel Nam. Cause of death is still listed as deferred. Deferred means it's pending additional investigation. So that's pretty much it. Thanks so much, Nikki, for being a member for 5 months. Thank you for all you do on both channels. Love from your Scottish cousins. Shout out to Scottish cousins.
As we get older, a lot of times we feel certain doors closed to us. And what
Am I the a-hole for getting my coworker fired over a picture? Plus some more work drama. I, 31 male, have a pretty good idea that I'm neither at fault nor an a-hole, but colleagues have been telling me that I am, at the very least, an idiot. I am an engineer working in Europe.
Mr. Smarty Pants.
About 2 years ago, I was working for an American firm where management pushed an employee advocacy program, hiring a photographer to take sleek profile pictures and helping us with writing and making LinkedIn content. Okay. After I got hired by my last firm, I've since then changed to academia for now. A woman, mid-20s female, from HR at the American firm called me in the middle of my night. She wanted me to take down my LinkedIn profile picture. Ooh, was it the one that they paid for? Citing it was their property. When I refused, she said I was lucky they didn't make me take down my entire profile. Oh. She also sent me an email where she, more politely, told me to take down a picture. I was initially stubborn, but decided it wasn't worth the risk and changed it to a picture I took during the summer. Okay, interesting tidbit of information. You guys know I was a photographer way back when. It was my survival job when I first moved to Toronto. I did actually take pictures, corporate photos of employees that worked at a particular corporate job. It actually doesn't surprise me because all these pictures were paid for by that company. If you stopped working there, I can see why they would get weird about you having the photo up. Because it's technically their photo, you know? They're the ones that signed the contract, they're the ones that paid for it. So I could see why they get testy. They don't need to, but I get it. A few months ago, I met my former boss, 35 female, at a conference where we got to talking and had dinner. She had kind of offhandedly mentioned my new profile picture, which, to be honest, has way lower quality. I said something to the effect of, "Yeah, well, your HR wanted me to take it down." And the conversation moved on. I didn't mention who from HR. I feel like that is important. Now, 2 weeks ago, I started receiving harassing messages through my different socials and on my public workplace email. They're coming from real profiles, not newly created ones, telling me off for ruining people's careers. Oh, okay, so your former boss had literally no problem with you using this profile picture that her company paid for. They were all vague and super rude, so I mostly just blocked and reported. One of the latest ones wrote, "Typical male toxic BS to on HR." Well, hang on a second. No. Putting two and two together, sure enough, they were connected to the HR woman on LinkedIn. But who told her to tell you to take that profile picture down if it wasn't something that she was like told to do? I could see that she was no longer at the first firm, instead being employed at Last Name Consultancy, and her tagline read,
Empowering engineering and IT companies through inclusive culture changes.
not actual tagline, but close enough. She also has the open to work frame. Okay, so she's probably working freelance as a consultant and doesn't have the job that she had anymore.
And whose fault is that?
I wrote her and politely but sternly told her to call off her flying monkeys. She responded with,
Rude emoji. Think twice before you ruin people's careers just to be petty.
I mean, you didn't tell your boss to fire her. You just said what happened. I also reached out to my former boss and found out the HR woman was fired and that she couldn't go into details. I told a few colleagues over lunch and there were quite divisive responses, ranging from, you basically didn't do anything, but in corporate things it's dumb to say anything not neutral about past places of employment, to, you threw her under the bus in what was probably her first real job. So, am I the a-hole for this whole thing? I do feel bad about her not being able to find work, but at the same time, all I did was gossip a bit with what amounts to a former colleague. Huh. Interesting. I could actually understand where the HR employee was coming from if, like, her employer was telling her to, like, track down former employees that were, like, using company property, so to speak. But it is a little bit of a weird mission to be on. Yes, you didn't have to gossip, but at the same time, it's not like you work there anymore. It's not like your job is at stake, and she literally was kind of like threatening. Something tells me like there's a very good reason why she lost her job. Like, I have a feeling that this was not the first problem with her. Legally speaking, you are supposed to give, like, you've ever fired somebody before, I don't know if you have, but you can't just fire people. They can f up royally. Like, I'm dead serious. You could be in a situation as an employer where someone can royally f up so bad, they put your entire company in jeopardy, and it doesn't matter.
Ask me how I know.
You still have to have, like, proof that they consistently didn't do their job and they consistently messed up before you can fire someone. At least where I'm from, that's what you have to do, so it wouldn't surprise me if this was not the first issue with this employee. The way that she's like making it her personal mission to like bully you and harass you over something that like she did, like she took it upon herself to like contact you and tell you to take down the photo, and she was kind of like mildly threatening, not mildly, like she was rather threatening. It just seems to me like this is the type of person that deserved to get fired. If anyone ruined a career, it was her ruining her own career. That's just my personal take. So I don't think you're the a-hole, but let's see. This woman was fired for a good reason. You didn't hit on her, and you didn't even tell your former boss how rude she had been. Yeah, see, you kind of just said like, oh yeah, you guys told me to take down the photo, and you didn't even allude to the fact that you had been like being harassed. At least you didn't share that in this post. I feel like you went kind of easy on her, and the only reason why you brought it up in the first place was because your former boss mentioned it and made fun of your current picture, which you were forced to put up. And if she'd been doing her job, she wouldn't have been fired for this one incident. The way she handled your complaint to her fully illustrates why she's no longer having a job. She's rude and unprofessional. You're not the reason she can't find a job. So basically just stating what I said. Agree. It sounds like a nail on the coffin type thing. Can't imagine that someone's fired for contacting an ex-employee. This is why it's like, I don't really feel like this is like a big deal or a reason to fire someone. There was probably a long list of issues with this person. Not the a-hole. If the company had any real legal claim to make you remove the pic, you would have been contacted by legal, not some HR nitwit. And again, if the company really wanted this done, you would have gotten a letter from a lawyer spelling out the reasons for this request. None of it would have devolved into name-calling or online harassment. She was clearly drunk with her perceived corporate power. Adults are responsible for the results of their own actions. I feel like I kind of agree with everybody in these comments. I'm gonna go with not the a-hole for this one. Moving on. We got some more work drama for you, honey. I'm just getting started. Am I the a-hole for refusing to change jobs because of my friend's girlfriend? I, 23 male, recently moved to Seoul and got a job as a stage performer at a local club. I'm in good shape, so my job involves putting on shows for female audiences. Ooh. Ooh. Is this like a Magic Mike kind of thing, or like dancing, interacting with them on stage, going into the crowd, etc. It's physically demanding work, and sometimes I get inappropriately touched. Oh, no bueno. Like getting scratches on my torso, which sucks since my looks are part of my income. But the pay is good, and I really need the money. My older brother recently battled a serious illness, lost his income, and my parents drained their savings to help him. Before this, they could support me financially, and now it's my turn to help them. Okay. Enter my best friend, Jay, 25 male, who's lived in Seoul for years with his girlfriend, Annie, 27 female. Recently, Jay used his work bonus to buy front row tickets to my show. Big mistake. Okay. During my performance, where I'm required to interact with front row attendees, I approached their section. Annie wrapped her arms around me, ran her hands over my body, and basically clung to me for several seconds. In front of your best friend, aka her boyfriend? Like, she shouldn't be doing that in the first place, but that's pretty bold to do that in front of him. Standard work stuff. I was about to move on when Jay started yelling at me to get away from his girl and shoved me slightly.
Aspetta. One moment, please. You go over to your friend and you say hello, and then she gets inappropriate with you, and now you are in trouble. No piace. I don't like. Our club's protocol, when guys get jealous, we're
Charlotte's
trying to
been
immediately
very,
engage. No argument,
very
just exit the
Italian
situation.
lately because
this
she
isn't my
spent a
first
bunch of time
rodeo
in
with
Italy.
jealous boyfriends. So when Annie full-on grabbed me during my crowd walk, standard for my role, and Jay started shoving and yelling, I followed protocol and walked away. After the show, Jay sent and then deleted some angry voice messages before sending a final text. He apologized for attacking me, but said Annie is obsessed with me, and demanded a face-to-face talk, his idea. At coffee, he dropped a bomb. 1, Annie won't stop talking about me. 2, her touching me was inappropriate, and he insisted I quit my job. I beg your finest pardon. How is this your problem? Why do you have to quit your job because he can't get a hold of his girlfriend? This guy's got a girlfriend problem, not a friend problem, okay? The audacity of this girl, but then also the audacity of your friend to, like, blame you for a situation of her causing. I said no. 1, this income supports my family. 2, audience interaction is mandatory. I can't pick and choose. And 3, he brought her to my workplace knowing what my job entails. Jay accused me of encouraging her, gave a quit or we're done ultimatum, and blocked me everywhere when I stood my ground. Now I'm sitting here like WTF. So am I the a-hole for prioritizing my family's financial needs over my friend's jealousy? No. Why is he even asking you to quit? Why isn't he like having like a stern chat with his girlfriend to be like, yo, that's my friend. Like, why are you being like an obsessive fan and like wanting to touch him? Like, he should be breaking up with his girlfriend, not getting mad at you. Be freaking for real right now. Wow, guy took his girlfriend to a show where the male performer interacts with the audience and got mad at the performer for doing his job. What a wanker. OP, you don't need to be friends like that. Be glad he blocked you. I agree. I don't like these people. This is like not your circus, not your monkey. You know what I mean? Like, you're literally just doing your job. Like, why are they even there? They somehow roped you into this like weird toxic relationship. In fact, he should be apologizing to you because of how his girlfriend behaved. That would make me so uncomfortable. Like, what a crappy position for you to be in. I understand it's part of your job that there's like touching and stuff like that, but like, imagine how uncomfortable that situation would be for someone when it's like, it's not just like some random girl in the audience. It's your friend's girlfriend, and he's standing right there. Okay, so we do have an update. Okay, folks, buckle up. 2 weeks have passed since my last post, and Scheisse, that's a Scheisse, has escalated with Jay and Annie. After the blow up, Annie started showing up to my shows alone. Oh, hell no. Oh, she weird for that.
Every damn night. When I do crowd walkthroughs, she'd grab me, squeal in my ear, and generally act like these weirdo girls at some K-pop concert. Oh no, she gotta go. She gotta go. She weird for that. It made me uncomfortable, so I told my manager. Manager's response, she's not breaking any rules. She paid for tickets, suck it up, and earn your paycheck. Cool, very professional. Ooh. I find that really upsetting. That, like, you can be in a situation where they're, like, grabbing you and making you uncomfortable. And, like, it's one thing if they, like, go, like, as a bachelorette. You know what I mean? It's a one-time thing, but, like, she's showing up every day. Weird. They're probably thinking,
Oh, she's like a paying customer, so like.
Now I'm really questioning this job of yours. I don't like that you're in this position at all and like they're not vouching for you. Then last week I got a weird DM. When I ignored it, more messages flooded in. Spoiler, it was Annie. What? No clue how she got my number. Jay probably didn't give it to her, so my guess, my manager gave it. Oh no. Some guys at our club offer private shows for extra cash. You get the idea. I don't do that shisa. And the manager knows, but hey, money talks. I politely told Annie I wasn't interested. She either didn't care or didn't process it because she kept spamming me. Text, calls, and even video chats. She texted me,
Do you ever think about me when you're alone?
No, bro.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis.
I blocked her, but I'm just waiting for her to show up with a burner number at this point. I asked a mutual friend to explain the situation to Jay. Radio silence for days. Meanwhile, Annie kept coming to shows. Then last week, she waited outside the club and followed me to my dorm, trying to chat me up and babbling about how we'd be perfect together. Oh, hella weird. Okay, Reddit, be honest, am I missing something here? No, she sounds like a weirdo. Because from where I'm standing, this is next level Delulu. Totally. She kind of weird. No, not kind of weird. She's like actually like crazy. This is nuts. I repeated, not interested, but she just ignored it. Finally, shook her off at the dorm entrance. At this point, I was done. Had our mutual friend messaged Jay again because seriously, this is insane. Jay finally replied. His take, he still thinks I'm the a-hole here because now Annie throws full-blown tantrums whenever he tries to go to the club with her. Apparently, she only wants to go when she knows I'm performing. How the hell is he still with this girl? And if Jay suggests going together, she loses it and accuses him of not trusting her. I mean, I think it's fair to say that he should not trust her at this point. Like this is not girlfriend behavior. This is like psycho fan, obsessed fan behavior. He said I led her into this, but fine, he'll talk to her. Okay. Cuts to the next time Annie ambushed me after work a few days ago. This time, though, she looked crushed and asked why I kept rejecting her. I said, you're gorgeous, but you're not my type, and you're dating my best friend. She started crying, calling me a lying a-hole, and left.
I think I got the hint.
Honestly, I'm shocked it worked. No idea what happens next, but fingers crossed Jay actually got through to her. So am I the a-hole for not quitting my job and somehow ending up in this telenovela? No. This is hella weird. I don't understand why your friend is still with this person. This is like crossing so many boundaries in so many ways. Like imagine there's no heaven. Your significant other is this obsessed with like a performer. He's a performer, but he's not like a celebrity. Like why is she acting like he's a K-pop idol? I feel sorry for you, man. I am sorry that you are in this position because this is cray-cray. You must be super hot. So some people pointed out in the comments that like, why are you complimenting her? I read that as well, and I also don't like that you said you're gorgeous, okay? I feel like in this position, like I understand that, you know, you need to play nice while you're at work, but while you're not at work, you said that this was after work. I don't understand why you're people pleasing and you're still like telling her that she's beautiful and gorgeous and that. Like I don't understand. Like you don't need to be nice. The girl is like making you uncomfortable in your own workplace. Try to never be alone with her, never drink or eat anything she offers you. Don't ever compliment her again. Never ever tell her she's pretty because she will think,
well, he does think I'm pretty. He told me so.
If she's nuts, don't give her any way to have hope about you. Literally, when you're that delulu, I feel like you're only going to hear what you want to hear. I understand you rejected her, but at the same time, you did also say something nice. If I was a crazy girl, I would hear that and be like,
oh, well, he thinks I'm pretty. Maybe he could, like, eventually see me as his type.
You know? Some people are saying start filming interactions with her. Yeah, I think that, yeah. definitely. So yeah, just like take all these things into account. Don't compliment her again. And like also very seriously consider whether or not this job is like worth it, you know? You are not the a-hole. Stop being a people pleaser. She crazy. Am I the a-hole for getting my coworker fired after she kept trying to prove my service dog is fake? I have a medical alert service dog named Max who helps with a serious heart condition. He's literally saved my life multiple times by alerting before I pass out. I started a new office job 3 months ago and everything was fine until, let's call her Karen, started her crusade against Max. It started small. She would loudly announce that pets aren't allowed in the office every time she saw us. I explained repeatedly that Max is a service dog, not a pet, and showed her his documentation. She then started telling everyone I was obviously faking because I look too young to be disabled. It's actually crazy how many people feel this way. Disabilities don't have to be visible. And service dogs are for a variety of things. There's some things that are like emotional support, you know, service animals, and sometimes I'm like I know someone who has pretended to have an emotional support service animal so that they can take the service animal on a plane. Not like I support it, but you know what I mean? Like there are some people who lie about stuff like that. That's why it's good to like not assume and just ask for documentation, which if they're a real service animal, the owner should have. Things escalated fast. She tried to test Max by dropping food near him. He's trained to ignore it. I'm just thinking about like what Murph would do in this scenario. Murphy cannot. He literally scans the ground for garbage and food. Most dogs would just hoover that up. Karen reported me to HR Weekly, but the worst part, she started purposely wearing strong perfume and spraying air freshener around my desk, which triggers my condition.
I'm pretty sure it's illegal.
Max alerted 3 times in one day because of this. The final straw, I found out she was taking photos of me and Max and posting them in a Facebook group about fake service dogs, asking for ways to expose me. She included my full name and workplace. Oh, yeah, no, this is, lots of illegal things going on here. What an amazing hill to die on. What is it about people with service dogs that just makes everyone, not everyone, really dumb people so angry? You must be so bored in life to take this upon yourself. I took screenshots and went to HR. They fired her on the spot for harassment and creating a hostile work environment. Yeah, this is one scenario in which I feel like there's enough documentation here to be like, okay, no, this is like majorly bad. You are causing a legal issue for the company. You gotta go. Now my inbox is flooded with messages from her friends and family saying I'm the a-hole for getting a mother of 3 fired over a dog. I mean, you could have done much worse.
They put you in jail right away.
It's always interesting when people get like mad about you, like the consequences of their own actions, when like you literally could have gone to like the police saying that I'm the a-hole for getting a mother of 3 fired over a dog and that I should have just worked from home if I'm so sick. Well, no, unless you have personally stated, I would say forcing you to work from home is like kind of discrimination. So here's the thing, I feel horrible she lost her job. Her kids aren't at fault here. But she put my life at risk with the perfume stunts, and doxing me online was scary. I don't understand why you feel bad about this. Like, it's not your fault. She's doing the most here. And like, if she's doing it on company time too, like, you ain't got nothing better to do, Karen? Come on. I understand that her kids aren't at fault, but like, she should have thought of that before she made it her personal mission to harass someone with a disability at work. Not the a-hole, you didn't get your coworker fired. Your coworker did that all by herself. Not only that, OP, she tried to do you serious harm with the air freshener and perfume. She should have been sacked for that alone and possibly charged. That woman is a danger to you and everyone else around her. Yeah, like, why do you feel bad for her, dude? Like, she sounds kind of scary. Do not spend 1 more minute worrying about it. I agree. Not worth your time. It's not your fault she was fired. HR fired her for the things she did. Yeah, it's not like you went out of your way and lied about what she was doing. There's literal proof of her online doxing you. She dumb as hell. Every single employee should know about these things and should know the implications of discriminating against someone with a service dog. That's why they have documentation, that's why they have papers. Disabilities are not always visible. And if you're gonna be full about it, you do deserve to get fired, and quite frankly, you should understand the implications because you could go to jail if you act like this. Okay, important thing to note, anyone that messaged you on her behalf, let them know you forwarded this information to the police as part of the ongoing investigation for the doxing. And actually do it because a paper trail is the only thing that offers you any type of protection, not the a-hole. I agree. I think it's decided you are not the a-hole, my dear. Siskat!
Are we all caught up?
Did you know 90% of all puzzles are flowers and...
Oh, right, we were watching the exorcism one. It was funny. Anyway, we're watching a different one. Not Reagan. Not interested in that. I don't give a shit. No fucks given at all.
One of my friends is having a baby, so we've been talking about a lot of baby stuff. And of course, I feel like my phone is listening, you know? So now my TikTok feed is filled with all these baby videos or baby-related videos. Usually I just scroll past them, but the other day, one of them caught my eye. It was a viral video all about how this girl got pregnant because she took Mucinex. You know, that medicine for chest congestion, sinus-related issues. I know, I was like, what? Huh? I thought this was a fake video, but as I did more research, it turns out thousands of people have tried this, and tons of them swear by it. And apparently, the logic is that this active ingredient in Mucinex, it's called guaifenesin, it thins mucus, right? Not just the mucus in your lungs or whatever, but also down there, in that area. I guess it makes things a little bit easier for sperm to, like, swim through. Some studies they actually kind of back this up, but mostly it's one of those things where people swear it works for them, and now it's on the internet, and therefore it's true. But here's the thing, this is nothing new. Since the dawn of time, humans have been trying desperately to multiply. People have been drinking strange potions, performing controversial rituals, and even worshipping a metal penis for centuries. When it comes to making babies, people will try anything. So today, we're diving into the weird, wild, and sometimes terrifying dark history of fertility. From urine cocktails to pussy demons, buckle up. It's gonna be a ride. How are you today? I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. My name is Bailey Sarian, and I'd like to welcome you to my podcast, Dark History. Here, we believe history does not have to be boring. It might be tragic, sometimes it's happy, but either way, it's our dark history. Before we get into it, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm always here posting new content. And let me know what you think down below in the comment section. Did you know at the end of the videos we read comments? Yeah, eh? Anywho, now, let's get into it. Okay, so if you're Googling and goggling, it's pretty much impossible to trace like the first ever fertility ritual, but it's safe to say it's been top of mind ever since the first major civilizations. Think like ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia. Pretty much every culture has had their own version of what to do if you're trying to get knocked up. For example, in ancient Hindu beliefs, they believed that the Kama Sutra was a fertility guide. Yeah, it's not about being flexible and having some hot, steamy, flexible sexual relations. It was actually there to help you get pregnant. But ancient Hindu beliefs tied specific foods and rituals and even, sexual positions to getting pregnant. Makes sense, right? Some temples were even covered in carvings of people having sex because they believed it was a sacred act that encouraged the gods to bless them with children. Like most of my favorite things, tattoos, perfume, makeup, medicine, Some of the oldest recorded fertility rituals started in ancient Egypt. Okay, listen. You're living in ancient Egypt. You're sitting in a temple doing a prayer when all of a sudden, boom, Someone flashes the gods. Ass out, puss out, just out. Today, you might get arrested for this kind of behavior, but back then, this was actually a fertility ritual. It was called Anasurma. According to legend, one day the sun god Ra was in a terrible mood. So the goddess Hathor, who was all about love, motherhood, and joy, lifted up her robe and essentially flashed Ra, to cheer him up. Apparently it worked, and Ra was excited about life again. So the point of Anasurma wasn't just shock value. People truly believed that if you lifted up your skirt and you showed your lower regions to the gods, it would encourage fertility and abundance. And this wasn't just the Egyptians either. In many ancient cultures like Greece, there were lots of fertility rituals that involved doing scandalous things in public. Do you ever start a new job and suddenly realize your personal phone is now your business phone too? I know. One minute I'm texting Joan about Ronald Reagan. The next, a stranger is calling about a collaboration. It's like 10 p.m. on a Tuesday, and I'm like, how'd you get my number? But also, if you miss that call, it could cost you money. And that customer is gone. And in this economy, we can't be doing that. But OpenPhone changes all of that. OpenPhone is the #1 business phone system that helps you stay connected without you have existing. Go on. Well, people back then were asking a lot of the same questions. Am I pregnant? Can I even get pregnant? And without labs or OBGYNs, Egyptians turned to what they did have: urine and crops. It went like this. A person who thought they might be pregnant or was trying to figure out if they were fertile would pee on a handful of wheat and barley seeds. The seeds were left to soak and sprout for a few days. If the wheat sprouted, then they said it was a girl. If the barley sprouted, then it was a boy. And if nothing happened, well, it was believed that you probably weren't pregnant. And unfortunately may not be able to get pregnant at all. Yeah, so if you don't want to go buy a pregnancy test, just go outside and pee and see what happens. This little test was also used for men. So even back then, people knew that infertility could be an issue for men just as much as for women. So when there was difficulty conceiving, it was normal for husbands to test their quote-unquote fertility waters, unquote. So they pee. Same thing, And if nothing grew from his sample, then the problem might be on his end. It sounds a little weird, okay. But modern scientists actually test this out, and there's some truth to it. When a woman gets pregnant, her body surges with hormones, especially the hormone estrogen. And estrogen can actually cause grains to sprout faster. Now, ain't that something? Ancient Egypt, they were doing some shit. Right? So this wasn't just ancient, superstition. It was early biochemical testing. So if you find yourself in a wheat field, I guess you can just pee on the wheat, or the grains, or the soil. Instead of buying a pregnancy test, they are kind of pricey and bad for the environment. So, an option. Step 1, find a wheat field. Okay. But listen, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Ancient Rome, they were very big on fertility. So they even had a fertility festival, and we talked about it in our Valentine's Day episode. It's called Lupercalia. Go check out that episode if you want. We get into it. But listen, this was the earliest version of Valentine's Day. But instead of, roses and chocolate and whatever, guys were just kind of running around the streets, whipping naked ladies with goat skins. For fertility. Makes a lot of sense. Does it? No, but it kinda, no it doesn't. It doesn't make sense. But they did. So follow me on a journey here. In the year 77 AD, a famous writer named Pliny the Elder published an encyclopedia with some crazy thoughts and suggestions. It was called Naturalis Historia, and it was basically the Wikipedia of ancient Rome. If you read it now, if you Google it, oh man, the weird stuff that he said in there, wow. But listen, back then, this was the book about everything you needed to know about the world. Pliny wrote about medicine, botany, astronomy, animals, literally everything. But people took his advice very seriously. And he even had a few ideas about fertility. In the middle of this book, things get it's kind of all a little weird, but whatever. See, Pliny was all about urine. He didn't see it as like some sort of filter system. Instead, he writes about how urine can be used as medicine and even be life-saving. Yeah. He even wrote that if anyone was struggling to get pregnant, all they had to do was drink a little urine. But not just any urine. Nay. Special urine. Urine from a eunuch. Yeah, we did a eunuchs episode. Shout out to that. If you want to watch it. That's also crazy. We've done a lot of episodes here, huh, you guys? Proud of us. Pliny was like such a well-respected source when it came to everything. So again, people took his advice seriously, which meant women in ancient Rome were absolutely finding eunuchs and drinking their pee. It's how the yellow Gatorade came to be. You know? I love the yellow Gatorade. It is my favorite. I know. So it got me thinking, I wonder if the eunuchs were like charging for their urine. It could have been like a really good side hustle, really. But in case like urine from a eunuch wasn't available, Pliny had some alternatives. He wrote that horse, bull, and boar urine were also great beverages to improve sexual arousal in the bedroom. So go find a bull. Jeez. I know, I had more questions. I was like, am I drinking it warm? On ice? How am I drinking it? Because honestly, with some ice on a hot summer day, maybe. Well, people did this, and they seem to be getting, like, great results. It's not clear exactly how much urine Pliny was instructing people to drink, or for how long, but, he did. And what I'm really getting at is that every culture had their own version of a fertility hack. Over in China, they weren't drinking eunuch pee. Instead, they were turning towards something that's been called the caviar of the East. This is a delicacy that costs more than you know, more than rent, more than a lot of things. I can't think of things, but it was expensive, very expensive, and sought after. It was bird spit. Ah, yes, bird spit. Really, what do you mean, bird spit? Listen, go to a bird, say, spit in my mouth. No, I'm just, I don't know what's more weird, though. The bird spit or drinking urine from a bull or a eunuch. Which one would you do? So it's not just any bird. This was a special little creature called a swiftlet. Like the sweeper. Swiftlet. But it's a tiny bird that doesn't use twigs or leaves to build its nest. It's actually incredible. It builds its nest out of its own saliva. Wild. Like the bird, it spits, right? Spits its spit, and then the spit, it hardens, and it keeps spitting until it builds a full nest. Wild. The swiftlets build their nests specifically on cliffs and in caves, so if you're trying to get it, it's not like an easy place to get it, you know? But ever since the 1500s, people have been obsessed with getting a hold of these nests. But they weren't collecting them for fun. Instead, people would eat the nest. That's because these swiftlet nests are edible bird nests. And there's an acronym for it, EBN, edible bird's nest. I mean, if you really think about it, isn't anything edible? So edible bird's nest was like a very high-end health potion for the Chinese elites. You know, we still have that thing today. Remember when wheatgrass shots were like all the rage? Or like, if you go to that bougie Air One place and get one of those like Hailey Bieber smoothies, it's like that crap. Sorry, it's not crap. It was believed if you ate these EBNs, it was believed that they made you look younger, boosted your immune system, cured coughs and colds, and improved fertility. In traditional Chinese medicine, swiftlet nests were believed to nourish the yin, aka your feminine energy. And yin was linked to fertility, menstruation, and childbirth. So women who were trying to conceive would eat bird's nest soup to prepare their bodies for pregnancy. Some even continued eating it during pregnancy to help like their baby grow strong and healthy. People used to collect these nests from cliff ledges and like caves, but you know, the sad thing was like they weren't really looking in the nest before grabbing it, so like many eggs and baby swiftlets, they didn't survive. Nowadays, there are actual like bird spit farms And they're designed like in giant concrete buildings to attract the swiftlets so that they'll build their nests indoors. You know, because like people didn't want to climb to the top of a cliff or whatever. It wasn't very safe. So after harvesting, the nests have to be soaked, cleaned, and defeathered by hand, which can take hours. And all of this gets baked into the cost. So expensive. And even to this day, you can find EBN in all kinds of things. Like I saw some EBN face masks for sale. Yeah, still using it. But traditionally, it's the main ingredient in bird's nest soup. Edible bird's nest costs anywhere from $2,000 to $10,000. And for that price, you would hope that it tasted good, right? But people say it tastes pretty bland, kind of like gelatin. But I don't think that's the point. They're just trying to get pregnant or look young or whatever, you know. But it's usually served in like a sweet broth and sometimes with sugar or ginseng, kind of like a watery Jello pudding. Now, at the end of the day, it's not about the taste, you know. The idea is that this bowl of soup could make you look younger, feel better, and get pregnant faster. Or get pregnant, period. So it makes sense that birds' nests were very popular among the royals all the way into the 20th century. It was said that one empress ate birds' nests all the time. Her name was Empress Cixi, and she was a major fan of luxury and traditional Chinese medicine. According to court records, Cixi ate bird's nest soup a lot, mostly because she believed it would preserve her youth, boost her health, and keep her just looking radiant. Yes, okay, honestly, it kind of worked, because Cixi lived into her 70s, which was a big deal at the time, you know. Most people lived to be about 20 or 30 years old, and she lived in her 70s, so she's like, bird soup, bitch. Spit in my mouth, bird. Aww. Even in Cichi's later years, people noted her smooth skin and commanding presence. It was like free PR for EBN. But even after trying the bird's nest soup, many people, you know, still struggled with infertility. And for some, it seemed like nothing really ever worked. And obviously, this is before science had explanations as to like why. So people jumped to their own conclusions and explanations. And that's what led them to one of the most controversial fertility theories out there. I'm talking about the pussy demon. Okay, so the other night I was up scrolling on my phone like a dummy, and I'm spiraling. Not about conspiracies or true crime. I got this mole. You wanna see? /dark history. ZocDoc.com/dark history. ZocDoc.com/dark history. So imagine this. It's hundreds of years ago in Japan, and there's a sweet young innocent woman just out there living or trying to live her best life. There's no recorded name for this woman because the story I'm about to tell you was passed down orally for hundreds and hundreds of years. So according to the legend, this woman, she falls in love and she gets married. Everything seems great. I'm in love, you know, yay. Except for one little problem. She could not get pregnant. According to legend, this was because this poor woman was cursed. Not just like any curse. This woman was cursed with a demon who lived inside her vagina. I know, I was like, oh, I saw this movie. It's called Teeth. Remember? Anyone else? It was a good movie. When she and her husband tried to, you know, consummate the marriage, I guess this pussy demon bit his penis right off. I told you it's Teeth. I've thought about this a lot. The movie, Teeth? Like, I thought, listen, if I had teeth in my hoo-ha, I would use it for good. Like Batman, but not. Like, I would go after all the bad guys, make them want to have relations with me, then chomp that wiener right off. For the greater good. It would be a lonely life. That's a sacrifice I would be willing to make to save the world. I would love a pussy demon. Oh, I would ruin so many lives. But for the greater good? Okay, anyways, back to this story. So a few years later, this woman falls in love with another man. They waited to have relations until they were married. So, you know, they get married, then they're making sweet love, and then chomp. Penis. Gone. Severed. Dismissed. Removed. Cut right off. So after this happened twice, she realized, this woman, she needed help. She needed help with this man-eating pussy demon situation. So she consults with a blacksmith. And I was like, oh, interesting. But it kind of makes sense, because maybe she's thinking she has like a guillotine in her area. And I'm pretty sure a blacksmith would make that, no? That's what I was thinking. Okay, I could see the logic, maybe. Well, it turns out this guy was smart, and he came up with a very brilliant plan. A little insane, but she was willing to try. So he gets together all his blacksmith supplies and creates an iron penis. The blacksmith told the woman to use the iron penis like a dildo. I don't know if this blacksmith was a scientist or just like winging it, but according to the story, the plan worked. Now, when inserted, the demon went for its usual bite and broke its teeth on the metal. Finally, the pussy demon was defeated. And moral of the story is, I guess, you know, it never tried to bite a wiener off again. So once this demon was gone, the woman was finally free to live happily ever after and have babies without accidentally castrating anyone. Now, apparently the villagers were so impressed by this demon banishing strategy that they put the iron penis in a local shrine. Oh, iron penis! This shrine became known as the Kaneyama Shrine, and it was dedicated to fertility. Now here's where things get interesting. The town where this legend took place was called Kawasaki, and people started coming here from all over to pray for fertility, easy childbirth, and marital harmony. So tons of women were coming to their shrine and paying tribute to this ancient legend. Over time, the shrine became the center of Kanamara Matsuri, aka the Festival of the Iron Penis. Yeah. Oh, I was looking this up. I was like, what? Tell me more. Festival? Iron Penis? What? They still have this celebration in Japan today. It's every first Sunday of April. Based off the images I saw, it looks like a really good time. There are giant, penis floats parading through the streets. You can buy all these fun penis-shaped, foods and souvenirs. Yeah, it just looks like fun. I don't know. But, have you been? Let me know. And if you end up going, you can actually visit the Iron Penis. So I looked up the Iron Penis, and I was like, first of all, it's huge. It's humongous. And I'm like, that isn't the same one, right, from the story? Or is that the same one? Because, you would get wrecked. I hope she's okay. But yeah, it's there. You can visit it and, yep. Sorry. I was gonna say pray to it, but you don't pray to the shrine, right? I don't know. Do you rub it? It's okay. Well, you can see it, and that's something, yeah. Of course, as time went on, science advanced. People started to wonder if there could be something more scientific than, obviously, an iron dildo to cure infertility. And then it happened. In the 1950s, the future of fertility completely changed. And it's all thanks to a few mice and 30,000 liters of nun pee. Okay, let's be honest, bras, huh? They just ruin my day sometimes. Why is something that's so close to my body do that follow?
From a young age, I told myself I wouldn't be caught dead in a toxic or abusive relationship.
Trust me, your boobs and your butt will thank you. Yes, nun pee is what I said. We're talking about urine again. Sorry, but it does play a big... It's consistent in the story, the history of fertility. Urine. It's the 1950s in Italy.
Everybody liked
At the
pee-pee.
time, there was an endocrinologist named Bruno Lunenfeld. An endocrinologist is a doctor who specializes in diagnosing and treating hormone-related disorders, including conditions involving the thyroid, pancreas, adrenal glands, and reproductive hormones. So that was this guy. And Dr. Bruno had one mission: figure out why some women just couldn't get pregnant. But along the way, he accidentally stumbled on a hormone that turned out to be the key to not only fertility, but also birth control. It all started when Dr. Bruno was studying post-menopausal women who were dealing with hot flashes, mood swings, and all the stuff you hear about when it comes to menopause. But he wasn't just taking notes. Dr. Bruno was very hands-on. He was also collecting their urine. He had a feeling that as these women were going through menopause, they had to be losing certain hormones. Maybe through their urine? Idea? So he would take urine samples that he collected from these women, and then he would inject them into young female mice. Look, he tried a lot of things. He didn't just like come up with this on day one, okay? And then the craziest thing happened to these little mice after he injected them. Their ovaries went into overdrive. These mice were just super fertile. They just were ready, primed and ready to go. So Dr. Bruno was like, what's in this urine? Interesting, I should drink it. No, I'm just kidding, he didn't. But like, he was wondering, what's in this urine? Turns out the urine of postmenopausal women was full of something called human menopausal gonadotropin, or HMG. So this is a hormone that can literally jumpstart ovulation. Ovulation is the window of time when a woman like can get pregnant. You can get pregnant anytime, but like when you're ovulating, like that's the best time you can get pregnant. You know what I'm saying? So just like that, Dr. Bruno had discovered the golden ingredient for the first fertility drug in modern medicine. But getting this hormone wasn't exactly easy. In fact, it took an entire day's worth of urine from 10 women just to make like a single dose. So he's thinking to himself, where can I find a ton of women who are definitely not pregnant and are willing to donate their urine for science? And that's when he comes up with nuns. So Dr. Bruno and his team decided to work with postmenopausal Catholic nuns because their celibate lifestyle guaranteed there would be zero risk of contaminated urine. I mean, pure, steady, hormone machines were these women. And these nuns were very generous. In the first year working with Dr. Bruno, over 100 nuns donated their urine, which came out to a whopping 30,000 liters of urine. So he used all of that holy pee to create 9,000 vials of this new fertility drug called Pergonal. And the impact was huge. Pergonal helped lead to the very first in vitro fertilization, or IVF pregnancy, in the United States. And it's been used in countless fertility treatments worldwide ever since. But at the same time, this wasn't just about babies. Dr. Bruno and his team were working right after World War II had ended, and people were mourning for the millions of lives that were lost, and part of rebuilding meant repopulating. A little mouse experiment that Dr. Bruno had started was actually coming at like kind of the perfect time. Even the Pope gave his blessing. The Vatican was officially down for the nun urine fertility program. So the next time you hear someone talking about hormone therapy or IVF, think about all the nun urine that went into that. It's pretty wild, huh? Miracle baby. All from nun urine. When you open your closet and you stare at it and you're like, wow, I have clothes, but I have nothing to wear. And there's a reason. I have 18 black tank tops, but for every one I could be like, that one's stretched out, I don't like the crop on that one doesn't fit my boobs right. That's off your first order, and they'll waive your styling fee. That's stitchfix.com/darkhistory. So we've got nuns donating 30,000 liters of urine in the 50s to help develop Pergonal. And this turns out to be the breakthrough fertility drug.
Done.
I mean, even the Pope is blessing all of this. Pergonal basically kickstarted modern fertility treatments, including the treatments used in IVF. Cut to the 70s, just 20 years later, even though we have this like miracle breakthrough in medicine, there's still technically no exact cure for infertility. At this time, infertility was still like super stigmatized. If you couldn't have kids, people just kind of whispered about it behind your back, like, oh, she can't get pregnant, and there weren't a lot of options, just kind of like thoughts and prayers. But then, a gynecologist named Dr. Patrick Steptoe and a scientist from Cambridge named Dr. Robert Edwards, they teamed up to find a new solution to infertility. So these two men were on a mission to help, people get pregnant using like a totally untested and very like controversial method. They were all about fertilizing an egg outside the human body. So Dr. Patrick and Dr. Robert, they met their very first patient, a woman named Leslie Brown. So Leslie was having issues conceiving and had been trying for 9 years.
Definitely had PCOS.
At this point,
Polycystic.
She and her husband John were just about like ready to try.
You can tell by the
anything.
face weight.
So they agreed to become part of Dr. Patrick and Dr. Robert's controversial experiment. But here's what they did. Step 1, collect Leslie's egg. Step 2, mix it with John's sperm in a petri dish. Step 3, let it fertilize outside her body. And then step 4, they implanted the tiny embryo back into her uterus. Now back then in the 70s, this was like alien science. Before this, people believed everything fertility related had to happen internally. So when people heard about this method, I mean, minds were completely blown. So the moment the fertilized egg was
They were
implanted
freaking out.
back into Leslie's womb, the doctors
Witchcraft!
just thoughts and prayers.
Witchcraft!
They held their breath, you know? The fate of this one embryo could make their 10 years of research and 80 unsuccessful procedures finally count for something. Leslie goes home and she just carries on life as usual, but she knew something monumental was happening inside her. Then she got the news, like her hormone levels were rising. The embryo had implanted, and against all odds, she was pregnant. What? Yeah. Wild. I mean, Leslie was stunned. She's grateful. She's terrified. She's like, what? Like, literally no one, like, knew what was going to happen next. Could this pregnancy go to term? Could a human baby really grow from a process that had never succeeded before? In the beginning, the entire operation was kept hush-hush. Like, only a handful of people even knew Leslie had undergone this procedure. So the media was not in the loop during the early months of the pregnancy. So Dr. Patrick and Dr. Robert were very protective. Not only of Leslie, but like the experiment itself. Because if anything went wrong, they didn't want it in the public eye, you know? But as the pregnancy progressed, that's when word started to spread. By the time her due date approached, the press had caught wind of the story and went crazy. Reporters and photographers were camping outside the hospital. I mean, the secret was out and the world was watching. They were watching not just Leslie, but the birth of a new era in human reproduction. On July 25th, 1978, 6-pound Louise Brown was born in Oldham, England, and she was the world's first IVF baby. Now, headlines, they were calling her the test tube baby, which technically isn't even accurate because she was conceived in a petri dish. You know, like, there was no test tube, whatever, but, you know, they're getting a little crazy. I mean, people freaked out. They were thinking this was somehow a sign of the end of the world. Yeah, it went a little extreme. There were, like, wild rumors that IVF babies wouldn't have souls, or they would come out with horns, or that, like, Louise would grow up sterile, insane, or that she would literally glow in the dark. It's like, can't she just be positive and try and, like, be positive here? Jeez. And the Catholic Church, they seem to be, like, the most upset out of everyone. All of a sudden, they were like, wait a minute, what are you doing with that nun pee? IVF?
Oh, that is nice
No.
and soft.
No. They believe that that was playing God. I mean, they were fine with letting nuns pee in buckets, you know, for, like, hormone injections. But not with IVF. According to the church, this was because IVF separated procreation from the quote-unquote sacred act of sex. On top of that, it was believed that IVF was destroying unused embryos, which to the church was the same thing as murder. When you're going through the process of IVF, sometimes multiple embryos are created, but only like 1 or 2 are used. The rest can either be donated, destroyed, or stored for a person to use later. But whether the church and the people liked it or not, the nuns and the Pope at the time, they launched a medical revolution. I mean, they unlocked the tools needed for IVF. A few years later, the Catholic Church condemned IVF, saying children should be conceived through natural marital intercourse. I think now, I googled it really quick and they were like, it's okay, kinda. Maybe. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, all this panic led to a lot of like insane theories about how Miss Louise Brown, the first IVF baby, would turn out as an adult. And, spoiler, Louise grew up normal. She didn't have horns, she didn't glow in the dark, she had a soul. She would go on to live her life, have her own family, and to this day she serves as an ambassador for IVF organizations. The downside of IVF is that the average treatment can cost between $15,000 and $30,000, and that's a lot. I'm pretty sure we all agree that's a lot of money. And if it doesn't work, if your treatment doesn't work, like you don't get your money back. Yeah, and like many people can't afford this, and it's not covered by like insurance policies for the most part. So people are definitely willing to try other treatments, tests, supplements, whatever they think will help them get pregnant. The fertility industry is actually having a major boom right now. I mean, now that we understand pregnancy better on a scientific level, there's all kinds of treatments available. I mean, now everywhere you look, there's something. Like there's gummy bears filled with vitamins to allegedly help fertility, urine tests that can tell you exactly when you're most fertile based on hormones. There's ovulation trackers so you know when to have sex. There's at-home insemination kits. There's Mucinex. You know, I mean, I'm sure everyone has their tricks, all that. If you eat certain foods, whatever, we still have it. That's just the tip of the iceberg, really. Between IVF, fertility assessments, hormone treatments, medications, supplements, some major money is being thrown around. In 2023, the global fertility services market was valued at approximately $42.23 billion. The fertility industry is projected to grow to over $70 billion by 2030. Because at the end of the day, we still haven't found a magical pregnancy potion. We have come a long way from drinking eunuch pee and showing our hoo-ha to Ra, but that's history for you, you know? I mean, really, like, nothing has changed. I mean, same pee, different era. We're still peeing on things. All the same. Next time on Dark History, the other week I was invited to a baby shower. It feels like I'm getting invited to one every other month these days. And every time I open a baby registry, oh my god, I am shooketh at the amount of stuff a baby needs. The other day, I woke up starving. Like, I was hangry. So I wandered into the kitchen, and I stood there just kind of like staring. You know, eggs? Nah, too much work. Pancakes? Toast? It's just like nothing sounded good, you know? And I was like, damn, why is choosing breakfast this complicated? Just eat something. I mean, it's supposed to be the most important meal of the day, right? At least that's what we've been told. But who decided that? Who made the rules on what we should eat first thing in the morning? So I started digging. And what I found is breakfast has never been just about food. Nay. It's been a battlefield, a PR stunt, a marketing goldmine, and sometimes even a political weapon. From early doctors who thought bland breakfasts could stop sinful urges, to the government pushing a food pyramid on America, all the way to movements that fought for kids to actually have access to breakfast. I mean, it's messy. Like spilled coffee on your white shirt messy. So today, let's dive into it. We are talking about the dark history of breakfast. Hi friends, I hope you're having a wonderful day today. My name is Bailey Sarian, and I'd like to welcome you to my podcast, Dark History. Here we believe history does not have to be boring. It might be tragic, sometimes it's happy, but either way, it's our dark history. Before we get into it, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm always posting new content, and let me know what you think down below in the comment section, because at the end I read comments. Now, let's get into breakfast. Okay. Everyone, stop talking. You're talking too much. So you know how most people say, like, oh, breakfast is the most important meal of the day? Well, that is fake, okay? And it's actually a pretty new concept. For most of history, only certain people actually ate breakfast. For example, in ancient Egypt, only the working class, aka the lower classes, ate breakfast. And guess what they started their day with? A fresh cup of beer. Yeah, they had beer, They had a hearty piece of bread and a big ol' onion. I don't know, sounds good. I love onions. I mean, it's pretty hearty, it's pretty good, but hey, it worked for them, obviously. They did great things, so it worked for them, okay? But drinking beer in the morning was supposed to give you enough calories to help you, like, make it through the workday. By the Middle Ages, most people, even the working class, they were skipping breakfast. Now, that's because of religion. A lot of people back then believed that restricting what they ate proved how godly they were. Like, if you ate more than one meal, it was considered gluttony, which was a major sin back then. Thomas Aquinas, a famous priest at the time, was always writing about the sins of eating. Thomas thought people who immediately woke up and ate breakfast were disgusting. They were kind of disgusting pigs. And if you could resist eating a meal, you would show like how much self-control you had. They were fasting. By not eating, this was like the ultimate way you could prove that you were close to God. You weren't focusing on food and more food. Instead, it was prayer, God's word, being close to God. You know what I'm saying? Most of the upper class would skip breakfast for religious reasons too, but they found a loophole. The rich were known to eat these very long, luxurious, fattening lunches that would go on for hours. Like hometown buffet, you know? And by the time they were done eating, they definitely didn't want dinner. And they were still like kind of full the next morning. So it was like, yeah, we don't have to eat. So skipping breakfast wasn't a big deal for them because they ate a humongous lunch. Now Thomas, he kind of took notice of like how exhausted and run down working class laborers were. So eventually he caved and gave permission for them to have a small breakfast made up of bread or cheese and some beer to wash it down. For energy only. Breakfast was like a touchy subject, and most people just learned to live without it. Until something irresistible came along. Something you'd risk your soul for. I'm talking about caffeine. Paul, Joan, be honest with me, when was the last time you actually scheduled and made it to a doctor's appointment? Yes, that dentist appointment for your annual or biannual cleaning that's now like 3 years overdue, or that dermatologist visit for that mole you've been meaning to have checked out, you know. Look, I'm not here to judge, you know, it's hard, I get it. And Paul, you're dead, so I get that too. But here's the good news for you, my listeners. ZocDoc is here to solve all of our doctor procrastination drama. Oh, I love ZocDoc. I love ZocDoc. If you don't know, ZocDoc is a free app and website that lets you search and compare high-quality in-network doctors and instantly book your appointment. It's like finding the perfect match, but instead of dating, it's healthcare and less awkward. ZocDoc has over 100,000 doctors across every specialty. I mean, mental health, dental, primary care, urgent care, the eye doctor, the foot doctor, the back, all the doctors. You can filter for exactly what you need, someone who takes your insurance, fits your schedule, speaks your language, or even matches your preferences like gender or availability. You can even see their appointment openings in real time and book instantly. Typically, you can snag appointments within 24 to 72 hours, or even same day if you need it. So there's no reason for procrastination. I just used ZocDoc the other day finally to make an appointment to see an OBGYN. Our least favorite, right? But I did it. I'm going. We'll see if I show up. But I did it with ZocDoc. I love ZocDoc. Anywho, stop putting off those doctor's appointments and go to ZocDoc.com/darkhistory to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc, ZocDoc.com/darkhistory. ZocDoc.com/darkhistory. By the late 1600s, trade was taking off. So people in Europe, they were now getting access to like exciting foods and spices from around the world that they just never had before. Now, in that trade included things like coffee and tea, and people were just loving caffeine. Maybe a little too much, but don't we all? So they were starting to get like addicted to it, to the point where they wanted it every single morning. But the people, they were having a little bit of a religious crisis. They didn't want to break their fast because then that would mean that they weren't godly enough. And then another little treat came around that pushed them over the edge. Chocolate. So there was options. Coffee, tea, and now hot chocolate. These were options in the morning, and people just could not resist. Isn't there something called the Boston Tea Party? Well, that was about tea, but that was caffeine. That was caffeine. So at this point, the people of England were ready to sacrifice their souls for it. So the Catholic Church was paying attention, and he's seeing that, like, they're all putting their faith on the line for breakfast. So they decide they need to intervene. Or maybe the priests were, like, having coffee. I don't know. But they decide to create a loophole in the whole, like, fasting at breakfast rule. In 1662, Cardinal Francis Maria Brancaccio let everyone know that, quote, liquid does not break the fast. Whoa! I'm sorry, I just had a light bulb moment. Because breakfast. Break fast. I literally never thought of that. What? I'm done. That's all I need to know today. They're essentially saying, like, liquid in the morning is okay. Like, you can have your hot chocolate, you can have your tea or coffee, whatever. Fine. That's fine. And people were, like, kind of happy to get permission from the church to do so. So people, like, started getting creative, and they were making drinkable breakfast, okay? So they would, like, kind of just mix a bunch of stuff together, and as long as it was liquid, it was fine. So they made this one kind of, like, porridge drink, and it was oats, honey, and beer. I don't know about you, but I was like, that sounds kind of good. That sounds kind of good. It was thick, it was wet, and they just take, like, sips of it throughout the morning until they could have, you know, a proper meal later in the day. I'd be interested in trying. I don't know why beer was okay, but okay, you know, alright. But it wasn't until the 18th and 19th centuries that breakfast became more of, like, what it is today. And that's because of one place that loved breakfast. The American colonies. Yeah, America. Woo! So building the colonies took a lot of physical labor. So they need energy, right? And usually workers and businessmen were too busy to eat lunch in the middle of the day. And coffee for breakfast just, like, wasn't doing it. So then everyone just started eating breakfast. And then doctors, they started recommending that people have a healthy breakfast at the start of the day. So doctors were recommending, like, healthy breakfast, which would include, it was a very long list, oatmeal, porridge, fish. Buttered bread, dry toast, ham, bacon, marmalade, a poached egg served with more ham or bacon. And then, of course, tea, coffee, or hot chocolate. That's a big breakfast. I know, it sounds like a Denny's Grand Slam. It sounds good. It's a lot of food, right? But, like, this was just the working class breakfast. For the rich, they ate more decadent things on top of the list I just read you. They would have, like, sage-infused pork sausages, pancakes, coffee with milk and sugar. They were just doing the most. Whether you were rich or just a regular person, breakfast became known as a sacred practice. I mean, it was like the only chance for a family to be together before everyone started their days, you know? So houses at this time actually would have, like, an entire room that was built just for breakfast. It's called, like, a breakfast room. That way families could take time to be with each other, you know, before they separated for the day. Now people have, like, breakfast nooks or, like, a formal dining room. Kind of changed. Or nothing at all, I don't know. As America's population grew, so did different breakfast options. The rich started eating more beef and pork, and then the working class started eating more corn. And I know what you might be thinking, like, corn for breakfast? Would you eat, huh? Like corn on the cob? Yeah, okay. Well, there was, like, I guess a lot of corn around. So much corn that people just didn't know what to do with it, so they were coming up with creative ways to use it before it went bad. This would eventually lead to the creation of cornflakes, and let me tell you, interesting man, Dr. Kellogg, very interesting man. I'm working on a whole episode about Dr. Kellogg, so stay tuned for that. But yeah, so don't get mad if I don't go too much into this man, okay? He needs his own episode. Regardless of what people ate, breakfast became an important part of every American's life, especially affordable breakfast, like cereal. And by the 1920s, it wasn't just about breakfast anymore, it was about survival. It's summertime, and you know what laying outside in the sun always has me craving? I want to sink my teeth into a hot, steamy, juicy NoJaudible.com/darkhistory or text dark history to 500 500. By the 1920s and 30s, Americans needed affordable foods like more than ever because of the Great Depression. So this automatically made cereal really popular because you could buy a box for cheap and like eat it at home. And then you needed nothing extra except for milk. So other companies were taking notice that like cereal was becoming very popular during the Great Depression, that people really wanted a quick breakfast that was easy and inexpensive. So other companies started to make quick breakfast options like Quaker Oats, Bisquick, other things. Now the average American could actually afford to make a decent breakfast without breaking the bank. Now even after the Great Depression ended, many people kept eating these foods in order to just save money. I mean, not long after the Great Depression was World War II, so things started to get rationed, like meat and eggs. Now at first, cereal was the number one go-to meal in the morning, but as other companies came out, they kind of bumped down. And cereal companies were realizing they really needed to step it up if they wanted to get housewives to buy their product over others. So companies like Kellogg's added something new to their cereals. They put prizes for children in the cereal. These started as pins you could wear on your clothes, and then eventually they started putting in mini toys, just little doodabs. So of course kids love them. And even after the war ended, cereal with prizes in the box were still a staple in homes across America. By the 1960s, breakfast was ready for a new innovation. At this point, a lot of women were getting jobs outside of the home, so breakfast needed to be taken on the go. So that's when we got instant oatmeal, and then Carnation's chocolate instant breakfast. It was like a chocolate shake for breakfast.
It was gross.
It became very popular. So companies are kind of fighting
It is
for
gritty and gross, and my
cereal
grandma
is,
loved
they need
it.
to give people what they want. Sugar. Put sugar in there. So by the 1960s, more sugary cereals started to be introduced into the market, like Fruit Loops, Captain Crunch, Lucky Charms. And it was fun, and it was colorful, and there was cartoons, and it was oh. And this sparked competition with other companies looking to get in on the breakfast market. So executives, they were taking notes. They were look, breakfast needs to be cheap, fast, portable, and now sugary, really sugary. So Kellogg's developed a new product. It was a square, it was kind of flaky, and it was a sugary treat that could be eaten hot or cold and then taken on the go. It was called Pop-Tarts. I love a Pop-Tart. Ooh, brown sugar? Yep, that's where you'll find me. Now, technically, Kellogg's, they fully stole this idea, the Pop-Tart idea, from Post cereal. But again, that's another episode. So Pop-Tarts were like the McNuggets of the breakfast world. I mean, they were a big hit. Not just for working adults, but kids loved them. And soon company after company was trying to replicate the Pop-Tart magic. The breakfast industry was booming, and it just could not be stopped. That is, until people started growing concerned about all of these easy to eat options. Today I feel we're more educated that prepackaged food usually comes with a laundry list of preservatives, and they're not really the healthiest option. But back then, people just you didn't question it, you just trusted the labels without any second thought, especially when it came to sugar. By the 60s, sugar was in a lot of food, okay? Everyone was eating it, especially in America. And it was in a lot of breakfast food. and there was like a rise in sugar-related illnesses, and people just kind of wanted someone to blame. Who are we mad at? Tell me who I'm mad at. Who am I mad at? So that's when they're like, women. We're mad at women. Why? A lot of journalists, they wrote about like the current state of American food, and then they blamed women for the rise in ready-to-make meal options. They're like, yeah, it's their fault. Because, according to them, women were working, okay? So they were working more, and they were no longer able to like cook at home, and they had to rely on like these quick and easy foods to provide for their family's breakfast. Because, like, you know, dad couldn't pick up a spatula and scramble some eggs. It was the mom's fault. And then Betty Friedan, feminist rights activist and author, decided to add her own 2 cents into the whole breakfast discussion. She said that cooking adds to the oppression of women because it would keep them trapped in the kitchen all day. And honestly, they shouldn't have to, like, do it if they don't want to. She's like, what? Just, like, if they don't want to do it, don't let them do it. Well, this made everyone upset. So now it was feminism's fault that the kids were eating things like frozen waffles and sugary cereal. So at this point, breakfast was so much more than just like the first meal of the day. It now represented the struggles of women in the workplace, and also, hey, isn't all the sugary food bad and maybe kids like shouldn't be eating it? You know? Period. Great. And by the end of the 60s, people started talking less about
4 hours
what
of
to
sewing
eat
is
for
enough.
breakfast and more about who has access to breakfast.
That's
Well, everyone was fighting about
fine.
Fruit Loops and Pop-Tarts. Some kids didn't even have the privilege of eating breakfast at all. And this is when breakfast goes political. I have a friend. Yeah, I do. Shut up. I have a friend. We're gonna call her Shmesika. And her cat is always having tummy troubles. Tummy troubles. Very cute cat, but not a cute situation. She's always telling me about it. She's talking about like constant messes around the apartment. Poor cat, you know? I'm like, I don't know. Anyway, so I decided enough is enough. Let's help Shmesika and her cat and save her poor carpet at the same time. So I did some research. That's when I told her about Smalls cat food. Yes, Smalls. Smalls is a cat food company doing big things by making protein-packed recipes with preservative-free ingredients delivered straight to your door. That's why Cats.com named Smalls their best overall cat food. Wow, it's a big deal on Cats.com. After switching to Smalls, 88% of cat owners reported overall health improvements. So once Shmesika started feeding her cat Smalls, like a week later, she texted me like, oh my god, Mochi, that's the cat, stopped throwing up and like his breath doesn't stink anymore. Tummy troubles seem to be like better. You know, great. Made me look good too. I was like, yeah, you're welcome. A true cat miracle. Turns out a lot of regular cat food has questionable ingredients, but Smalls is different. So if your cat has digestive drama or just needs like an upgrade in their diet,
shit, that's
Smalls
right.
is the move. The team at Smalls
Well,
is so confident
TikTok,
that
I'm
your
not gonna be
cat
able to
will
see ya.
love their product that you can try it risk-free. That means they will refund you if your cat won't eat their food. Your cat will thank you. What are you waiting for? Give your cat the food they deserve. For a limited time only, because you are a Dark History listener, you can get 60% off your first Smalls order, plus free shipping when you head to smalls.com/darkhistory. That's 60% off when you head to smalls.com/darkhistory, plus free shipping. Again, that's smalls.com/darkhistory. Meow. So by the 60s, most of breakfast consumed in America was meant for like the on-the-go family. But with that came, you know, crappy food. Like Pop-Tarts had tons of sugar and preservatives in them, and people started blaming working moms for feeding their families such unhealthy breakfasts. Meanwhile, there were people struggling to get access to any breakfast food at all. And that's where the Black Panther Party comes in. I know, it feels random, kind of like out of nowhere, but just like follow me because it's pretty wild. So the Black Panther Party was a political group who fought for civil rights in the United States. They fought against police brutality and the unfair treatment of black Americans. Many families didn't have means or access to food, especially like breakfast, and a lot of kids in lower income neighborhoods would go to school without eating anything. So this like affected how they did in school. I mean, they didn't have enough energy to make it through the day. So what do? Well, the Black Panther Party stepped up and they tried to help, do something about it. They got donations and used the money to purchase food for kids from local grocery stores. And not just like any food. The party members got help from nutritionists to make sure that they were serving healthy food. Members of the Black Panthers would even prepare the food themselves and serve it to the kids in the community completely free of charge. And they were giving kids like full meals, eggs, grits, fruit toast, sausage, serve it with some milk. Oh, it was great. And immediately, it had a positive result. School principals talked about how much better the kids were doing in school now that they had a full stomach. The program started in Oakland, California, but it was so successful that the Black Panthers were able to take it nationwide. They ended up with 45 different programs across the country, providing free breakfast for kids. And that should be like the end to a feel-good story. You would hope, but of course not. It's so frustrating. The Black Panther Party was running the breakfast program on their own, just based on volunteers and local donations. And still, they became a target of the U.S. government and the media. The head of the FBI at the time, J. Edgar Hoover, gets involved. I know this season I feel like he's been showing up a lot. Hoover, the vacuum, showing up a lot lately. But, you know, he came and sucked. Essentially, Hoover would rather jump off a building than see the Black Panther Party get, like, good PR, just good recognition. He had plans to take down the group, so he just couldn't risk them having a soft image in any way. So he vowed to destroy their breakfast programs all across the country, and he used Americans' tax dollars to do it. J. Edgar Hoover had FBI agents go door to door in communities that had free breakfast programs and tell the parents that the Black Panthers were radicalizing kids with ideas about racism in America. And then they took it a step further. The government agents straight up lied and told families that the food being served at the breakfast programs were infected with sexually transmitted diseases. Like, it didn't even make sense, but that's what they were telling everyone. And yeah, the FBI would perform violent raids while kids were lined up to get breakfast from the Black Panthers. I mean, children were terrified and photographed by the police. You know, the FBI did this so they could make these kids think that they did something wrong by showing up for a free breakfast and like shaming them and making them feel bad. It was just a shitty move. In 1969, there was one incident in Chicago when the FBI broke into one of the Black Panthers, like, breakfast centers. So they broke in and then they destroyed all the breakfast food that they saw. They even peed on the food. Oh my god, what the fuck is wrong with them? So like nothing could be used. Not only is it a waste of food, it's a waste of tax dollars, and it's just fucking cruel. So Hoover made it his job to tell the media that these breakfast programs were corrupt and disease-ridden, just completely ruining their good name. Within just a short period of time, almost all the Black Panther breakfast programs had shut down, just like Hoover wanted. Now that was a real tragedy. Well, there's a lot of tragedies we talk about here, but like, you know, that is nasty. Just nasty. But thanks to the Black Panthers, I mean, society was reminded how important it is for kids to have a good breakfast. So the public now believed that it was important to keep the kids fed, and it really gave them energy to like take on the school day. I mean, it seems like a no-brainer, but it was very radical at the time. In 1975, after the public demanded the government do more to like help kids, the school breakfast program officially started. The school breakfast program provides breakfast to children all across the country. And to this day, it still continues for now, feeding over 14.5 million kids before school. And breakfast officially went from like optional and sugary to essential and healthy-ish. You know, it's progress, but still.
Keep that
Americans
just
were
for
left
safeties.
thinking, what actually makes a healthy breakfast? And is it like really the most important meal of the day? Have you ever thought about how online shopping makes it feel like your packages just magically appear at your doorstep? Do you even think about it? You kind of don't, huh? It's like you click a button and ta-da! Your order has arrived. But we don't really think about the in-between, do we? I know, spoiler alert, packages don't actually arrive by magic. Especially if you run a business online, you know exactly how much work goes into getting your products to customers. So when you need some of that behind-the-scenes magic, look no further than ShipStation. ShipStation is an online shipping platform designed to streamline and simplify the entire shipping process for e-commerce businesses.
Nice.
It syncs orders from multiple selling channels into one user-friendly dashboard, so business owners can easily manage and automate tasks like printing labels, tracking packages, and handling shipping logistics. Last year alone, over 700 million orders were fulfilled using ShipStation. Yeah, it's seriously that good. Wow. ShipStation
I must
is
gather my weight
incredibly
first.
simple.
Oh, okay.
No more manual entries or confusing spreadsheets.
the other door.
Plus,
Okay.
automations let you print shipping labels at the click of a button, saving you tons of time and reducing errors. And ShipStation also grows with your business, so no upgrades needed. You get great discounts, like up to 88% off UPS, DHL Express, USPS rates, and up to 90% off FedEx. In other words, all these businesses are ripping this off, it sounds like, right? During the time of this spot, another 1,400 packages were shipped with the help of ShipStation. Wow. Upgrade to a smoother shipping experience. Go to shipstation.com/darkhistory to sign up for your free trial. No credit card or contract required, and you can cancel anytime. That's shipstation.com/darkhistory. Now, if you grew up around the 1990s, you'll probably remember the food pyramid. It was actually inspired by something called the Basic 7. This was created around World War II because everyone was forced to ration food. And in it, it listed 7 different categories of food people should be eating. It wasn't like based off of like being healthy or whatever. It was based on like what they had available at the time because food was being rationed. And it was like, hey, we got a shit ton of bread. So bread, eat a lot of that. And it was like, protein, you don't have a lot of that. You don't really need it. It was like favoring certain foods that was like heavily available. Not necessarily like the best nutritional food for you. Does that make sense? People took it very seriously, especially during wartime, because if you were not participating in like rationing and all that stuff, you were seen as un-American, goddammit. So they were like, you better follow these rules. And like the impact lasted. The Basic 7 was a circle in the beginning, and they listed everything. And then by 1992, the food pyramid was created. It really just changed shapes. It went from a circle to a triangle. So the food pyramid was meant to show everyone what makes the ideal diet. Originally, the food pyramid was based off of the Basic 7, which was all about rationing during the war. It was not based off of like what the everyday diet should be, like science back. It was like, here's what we have available, eat this. So when they made the food pyramid, it was the same thing. So the science behind it is like a little iffy.
If you're a picky eater like me, stop scrolling. The humans have let me try a bunch of new food from True because they have fast, free shipping and free returns. I mean, kibble's great and all, but it's so much better when I have a little something on top. And listen, I can be very indecisive. Call it picky, whatever, but at least with Chewy, I know that my options are endless. Plus, it's super convenient because everything from my kibble to my offers gets delivered right to my door, so it's stress-free for my humans, and I get everything I need when I need it.
To say the least. So food is classified into different categories like meat and poultry, fruits, vegetables, so on. The bottom level was the biggest part of the pyramid. At the bottom it listed carbs, like bread, cereal, rice, and pasta. So the pyramid showed that a person should have 6 to 11 portions of these every day. That's a lot. The amount of servings for the other food pyramid like categories were a lot smaller. So what people mainly ate for breakfast was like whatever was at the bottom of that pyramid. Cereal, oatmeal, bread, carbs. And that's how things like cereal remain such an obvious choice for breakfast, despite the fact that like it was sugary and not really the best. But since the 90s, the science behind healthy food options has changed, and a lot of people have become critical of the way that the pyramid simplified the food groups. Like, people are picking it apart. You know, like, at the bottom of the pyramid, it's all carbs. But we know now that not all carbs are created equal. For example, something like rice contains protein and not just carbs, or carbohydrates. Plus, while at the top of the pyramid is fat, meaning you should eat less of it, which, yes, but like we know now that there are different types of fat, some that are better than others. So what does this mean? It just means people didn't like the pyramid. Today, according to Johns Hopkins, a good breakfast is, quote, one that supplies plenty of protein, complex carbohydrates, and healthy fats. Together, healthy foods energize the body and ensure you can start your day without being distracted by hunger, end quote. So annoying. Just tell me what to eat. Just tell us what to eat. Why I gotta make it so complicated? Tell us what to eat. Tell us what to eat. Because some people swear like bacon's good. No, it's not. Sausage, good. No, it's not. Pancakes, not good. Yeah, it is. It's just like, tell me what to eat. Would you just tell me? Well, despite all this, in a recent study of 30,000 people, 15% admitted to skipping breakfast regularly. And those are just the people who participated in the study and admitted it. You know, people still skip breakfast to this day because the health benefits aren't as widely known as they should be. Also, it's just kind of expensive. Maybe you don't have the food, the resources, whatever. Like, there's many reasons as to why people could skip breakfast. And again, if you just told us what to eat, just tell us what to eat. And don't say cereal. Okay, it's also confusing. But eating breakfast is actually really great. I don't know. Is it though? Because like you look at the Egyptians, beer and onions. Is that what I should eat? I don't know. Yeah, it's all very confusing, huh? I mean, you've seen those Instagram videos where it's like, hey guys, I just want to show you like what my breakfast routine is. And they get like a fork and a knife and they're like, first I have a little piece of bread. And then I have a venti iced latte and I make it home. And I just like do it all myself. And I like mix and I do stuff. And then sometimes you just have like protein shakes and it's like, is that good? I don't know. Don't show me your breakfast routine. I don't care. Like, no one's that interesting in the morning. Okay? No one wants to see your breakfast routine. Sorry. I said it. I don't care. Unless it's like, it is the most incredible thing I've ever seen. But rarely is it the most incredible thing I've ever seen. It's just people being like, this is my breakfast routine. First I have air. And then I have an ice cube. Not to eat. It's for under my eyes because I'm puffy. Then I go down to Air 1. And I get the iced coffee that costs $25.99. And then I walk in my stretchy pants. And then I go home and I stretch. And it's like, give me a fucking break. Give me a break. Give me a fucking break. Kit Kat bar. That's what I'm thinking. Give me a break. My brain is not working.
Oh! Jump too soon.
Okay, anyways, I don't care about your breakfast routine. Sorry, that was just... Sometimes. I'm not that interesting. I'm not that interesting. No one's that interesting. Still, according to experts, healthier people eat breakfast more regularly. That's because they are also practicing other healthy habits, like putting on their stretchy pants and walking to the store to get their $25.99 coffee. For example, if you're good about eating breakfast, then you might naturally be mindful about like exercising and taking care of yourself, allegedly. See some people eat a big breakfast and drink Monsters all day, do drugs. So I don't know, but okay. I mean, it doesn't mean eating breakfast makes you like automatically a healthier person, but eating breakfast is good for your brain. People who skip breakfast like experience other health issues you might not think about. For example, if you skip breakfast, you might have bigger spikes in blood sugar. Also, skipping breakfast can disrupt natural circadian rhythms. What's that? Well, it's the system within our bodies that help us sleep. Eating breakfast helps, I guess, your internal clock stay on time. Depending on who you ask, breakfast might not be the most important meal of the day, but it is probably better to eat breakfast than to skip. But as we learned today, having access to breakfast is actually it's a privilege. So if you can't eat a healthy breakfast, why not do it? You can't eat onions and drink beer just because the ancient Egyptians did it, you know? Well, actually, you can. Let me know how it goes. I'm interested, because at this point, I don't know what to eat for breakfast. Just tell me what to eat, right? I know. Anyways, turns out eating breakfast has been a representation of a lot of things over the centuries. From your wealth, place in society, religious convictions, political affiliations, and even your health. Breakfast says a lot about who we are. But let me just say this. If the government is trying to shut down a free breakfast program for kids, ask yourself why. Why wouldn't you want to feed kids who don't have access to food in the morning?
Got it.
Old Navy presents Holiday Deck. Dancing and dazzling. With sweaters so merry and bright. Join the party.
If you go to feedingamerica.org, you can look into a free breakfast program near you or find a way to even volunteer. Thank you for listening to today's episode. Please let me know what to eat for breakfast. What do I eat? Let me know. What do you eat for breakfast? Don't say a Monster or Red Bull or something. Don't do that to me. Do you guys want to see my breakfast routine? Let me know down below. I'll post it. First, I wake up. Then I take a big fat shit. You know, lately I've noticed something strange. It feels like every celebrity these days is super jacked. And I'm not talking just shitty. I'm talking veiny bros. I mean, veins I didn't even know existed. I mean, back in the day you had, 2 or 3 action stars? But now, even the comedians are huge. Why is Jim from The Office looking like he's training for the Olympics? And this got me thinking, when did we get so obsessed with muscles? Because I don't remember most celebrities being super jacked, right? They're just kind of whatever, it's fine. So where did it all start? And is it even healthy to be so muscular? Today we're taking a little trip back in time to talk about the sweaty, sexy, muscular, dark history of bodybuilding. Hi friends, I hope you're having a wonderful day today. My name is Bailey Sarian and I'd like to welcome you to my podcast, Dark History. Here, we believe history does not have to be boring. It might be tragic, sometimes it's happy, but either way, it's our dark history. Before we get into it, don't forget to like and subscribe because I'm always posting new content, a lot. And let me know what you think down below in the comment section because at the end we read comments. Did you know that?
Don't touch that.
So,
Don't touch
let's get
that.
into today's story. Here's the thing. Different types of bodies have been in and out of style for as long as people have been around. And the idea of the quote-unquote perfect body is always changing. Even in my lifetime, things have changed a lot. Remember the early 2000s?
That would
It was
be
all
cool.
about being real thin, right? A stick, starving yourself, not eating, having a glass of wine for dinner, that was it. And now people, it's kind of gone the opposite direction, where people pay a lot of money to be a little bit more, curvy, juicy, all that good stuff. But now it kind of feels like it's circling back to that.
count that
It's
one
a
yet.
mess, isn't it? But it changes all the time. Now that's just me noticing women's bodies. But the quote-unquote ideal male body has shifted a lot over time too. So the first obsession with muscles started way back in ancient Greece.
Jacob.
I mean, they invented the Olympics in 776 BC. So, they were kind of obsessed with working out and lifting and being strong. So obviously muscles and lifting aren't a new concept, not by a long shot. But they did go out of fashion for a really long time. But as society advances and upper class gets more access to education, being smart becomes more important than being strong. I mean, the brain is a muscle. but it was all about working out that muscle, you know? According to our expert, people started to believe that focusing too much on your body would actually be bad for your intellect. I mean, it did take away from studying and all that stuff. So for a long time, like hundreds of years, muscles were seen as brutish and kind of tacky. It's just like something you didn't want and like you didn't kind of care about because you were too busy being smart. That is, up until the 1800s. In Europe and America, women, you know, they're completely like corseted up and buttoned up to the chin. Men are all like wearing top hats and vests, layers, lots of layers, fluffy pirate shirts. I mean, you never really saw like chest hair. A V-cut? No. What's that? No one knew. So again, people really just valued how smart you were versus everything else. How many languages could you speak? Can you play a piano? Can you play a piano and read a book and sing at the same time? Sports like playing polo or riding horses were definitely fashionable, but like no one was trying to get super muscular. At this time, muscles were seen as low class, and it meant you had the body of someone who was like a laborer. You worked a lot, which was so embarrassing. Like, oh, you work? Oh, I read. But when something goes out of style, it never really dies. I mean, it usually like circles back around, right? And when it came to like muscles, this came back around as kind of like a counterculture or underground movement. And that's exactly what the strongmen were. They were like Victorian era bodybuilders. And people saw them as, not my words, freaks. Literally. Usually if you were like big and muscular, you were part of like of a circus or a traveling show. A freak show is what they would call it. And you were seen as like just entertainment. Like, let's go look at how big this guy is. Whoa, that's crazy. He's so big. Like, you never see that anywhere. So the strongmen, they would tour around and they would put on these insane performances to show off their strength. They would bend steel bars. They would break chains. They would throw an anvil, is that what it's called? An anvil around like it was a frisbee. And people were like, oh my god, wow, like that's so crazy. Because like no one's ever seen that before. It's like, toss me next, you know? But then, everything changed when a guy named Louis Attila stepped into the spotlight. Now, Attila, he was born in a small town in Germany in July of 1844, and when he was growing up, I guess he went to like one of those strongman shows, and he saw a strongman, and I guess he became obsessed. He was like, this is so cool, I want to look like that guy. At 19, he left home to become an apprentice to an Italian strongman and learn everything he could and develop his own acts. So Attila, he was like 5'4", and one of his signature moves was that he would put like a platform on his chest, and he would, well, first he would lay on the ground. He would put a platform on his chest, and then they would put a grand piano on the platform, and then a pianist would sit on top of the platform, playing the piano, and just sit there and perform while Attila is just laying there like, and people were like, oh my god, that's crazy. He's not smashed. He was not smashed. But what set Attila apart was that he started treating lifting and getting bigger like a science. Like he had a formula. He figured it out. So Attila, he ended up developing new training methods, including resistance exercises, pulling machines, and adjustable dumbbells. Never done before. Iconic. Wow. Pretty soon, Attila became a household name. People across Europe and America started requesting his services. They were like, I kind of want to be strong like that guy. And he became like a personal trainer. Attila became known as Professor Attila and started training some pretty high-profile people. For example, the Tsar of Russia. Yeah, I don't know how they got, okay. The King of Greece. What? Okay, yeah. And the King of England. So, not a bad client roster, you could say, right? Yeah, I think that's pretty good. So all of this fame led to Attila opening up his own gym in New York in 1894. And this was not a thing. A gym? What? Huh? What's that? What do you do there? Attila's gym was basically one of the first in America. And he was the first trainer to put strategy and science into working out. Weights pretty much had to be made by a blacksmith. Before that, you just kind of lifted, you know, the heaviest thing that was around you. So like, a rock. Now, here's the thing. Professor Attila, he knew that he would never, reach the level of fame he wanted. He didn't have a quote-unquote perfect male physique because of his height, and because at this point in the late 1880s, he was considered older. He was in his 40s, which isn't old. It's not old. So this is when Attila decides, to train someone to be his perfect little protege and change the world of muscle building forever. Okay, let's be real. Shopping is not as easy or fun as it sounds. I want to be that person who just goes into the store and I find this perfect outfit after trying on one thing, and I'm like, wow, oh my god, that was so fun. Everything fits. It's so incredible. But no, usually when I go shopping, nothing fits right. I'm sweating because it's always so freaking hot. And then they have these awful mirrors that show me angles that I don't want to see that angle. I didn't ask to see that. Anyways, that's why I started using Stitch Fix. Stitch Fix is a personal styling service that delivers hand-picked clothing and accessories straight to your door, but without a bad thing from lighting or people pressuring you do you need help with sizes? No, none of that. All you do is you take a quick style quiz and tell them your style, your size, your budget, and then a real human stylist will pick out clothes just for you. I feel like my stylist gets me, picking out stuff that I'd actually wear, okay? Not sending me pieces of okay, this is cute, but I would never wear this. My favorite part is that it's totally risk-free. So you can try everything on at home, you can keep what you love, and then you send back what you don't. There's no subscription pressure either. No. Plus, your first fix is a free try-on, so you really have so you can avoid all the rude hassles of going shopping in a store and start Stitch Fixing. Get started today at stitchfix.com/darkhistory to get $20 off your first order, and they'll waive your styling fee. That's stitchfix.com/darkhistory. So, Attila is in Brussels in the late 1880s, and he's keeping his eyes out for someone to basically be his sidekick. And it happens. He meets a young German guy named Eugen Sandow. So Eugen was in his early 20s, and he was also starting his career by training to be a strongman. But Eugen showed a lot of potential that interested Attila. It wasn't just that Eugen was strong. He had the look. Broad shoulders, tiny waist, perfect symmetry. He looked like a Greek statue, is what Attila's thinking. He sees this guy and he's like, oh yes, baby. He's thinking that neon song, I'm gonna make a man out of you, is what he's thinking. So Attila decides to take Eugen under his wing, refine his technique, and turn him into a star. So Attila does just that.
I need to go pick everything back up.
Going from a wannabe strongman into a full-on six-star. Eugen was thrilled because he'd always been very ambitious, charismatic, and fame was his #1 goal. Well, with Attila's training, Eugen rose up the ranks of strongman competitions. But he wasn't content with just being strong. He wanted to look good while doing it. His performances didn't just involve lifting heavy things. Eugen wanted to dazzle the audience. So he oiled up his body before flexing for the audience. He started to promote the idea that strength was just as much about looks as it was about power. Eugen Sandow was ahead of his time because he was doing something that no one else was even thinking about. He was branding himself. He sold the idea of the perfect physique based on measurements taken from classical Greek and Roman statues. Weren't those kind of over-exaggerated though? Did they really look like that back then? Sometimes I wonder. Because you look at Nero. Did you watch the Nero episode? Have you ever seen a picture of him? It's I don't know. I just feel okay, but whatever. He took measurements. That's great. Well, this idea, this whole thing was very revolutionary because it shifted the focus completely from just being strong, and fit to looking specific. He was the Ken doll before the Ken doll. Ken was kind of muscular, wasn't he? I remember. This was huge. It was a big turning point. Before Eugen, it was all about just power. How many pounds could you lift? Could you lift a cow? Could you turn your body into a bridge and have 10 people walk across it? But not anymore. Now, vanity had entered the picture. From this point on, bodybuilding, which is what we call it now, was all about aesthetics. Eugen's whole motto was essentially, why lift in the shadows when you can flex?
As a child, I was always so outgoing and was never afraid to share my feelings or express myself. However, as a young black man, it wasn't seen as acceptable. It wasn't until I lost two very important people in my life. I realized I was about to explode in a negative way, and I didn't want that to affect anyone
in the spotlight. Okay, I like that. Well, I don't, but like that's a good line. T-shirts. We should get on it before someone else does. So Eugen is getting more famous, right? So as he's getting more attention, he starts to distance himself from Attila. In fact, he pretty much erases any trace of Attila from his resume. I mean, anything that connected Attila to Eugen's rise to fame, he was like, nah, get rid of it. I don't want people to think that he was self-made. He did this himself. Now, naturally, this pissed Attila off. I mean, he's like, I discovered you, I helped you, I treated you like a son, and this is what you do to me? Really? But then, Eugen takes it a step further. He started taking Attila's bodybuilding techniques and was marketing them as his own. Betrayal. To Eugen. Caesar is a reference. At this point, Eugen was way more famous than Attila. So, you know, they're not gonna, I mean, yeah, they're just gonna believe this Eugen guy. They're not gonna, who's Attila? We don't know that guy. So, Eugen, not only was he strong, he was very attractive, he was charismatic, and very ambitious. In 1894, he wrote a book called Sandow on Physical Training. And to be honest, most of these methods were directly inspired by, you can say, copied from what, like, Attila had taught him. That's ultimate betrayal. By 1901, Eugen had truly cemented himself as like the go-to guy in the fitness world. And this is when he decides to hold the world's first bodybuilding competition. In 1901, Eugen Sandow hosted the world's first bodybuilding competition at the Royal Albert Hall in London. He's like, I got the name. I'm gonna call it the Great Competition. I don't know, you guys, it just came to me. It's a great competition. Now, this event, it was a huge hit. Over 15,000 people showed up to watch. You know, the bodybuilders, they did some weightlifting, they competed in wrestling, fencing, and did even gymnastics. What set Eugen's competition apart from the old school strongmen was that the winners weren't just going to be judged on, like, how much they could lift. They would be judged on their physique, how they looked. Strength, yes, but also symmetry, muscle definition. Is he giving, I don't know, Greek god vibe? Is he nice to look at? Now, at this point, the majority of people still believe that lifting weights would make you slow, stiff, and, you know, weirdly vain. And it was still seen as like low class.
Okay, you
but
know
this
what?
new twist
I've had
of
enough.
bodybuilding becoming, you know, all about the aesthetic, really rebranded muscles to be seen as beautiful and art. A guy named
loving this
William
game.
Murray ended up winning the competition, and guess what the prize was? Joan,
Alright.
Paul, Rob.
That's
hi,
enough.
so nice to see you again. You're looking really cute today.
Bye, TikTok. I'm
Any
going to
guesses?
bed.
We would think money, right? Right? It's gotta be money. No. The grand prize winner of the world's first bodybuilding competition, well, William took home a gold statue of Eugen Sandow. Nice. Put that right up on my shelf and just look at it. It's the recognition, right? Yeah. So Eugen, on top of being like very full of himself and passing off his mentor's ideas as
We'll finish like tomorrow or whatever. That's it for me. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate being here.